Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Sometimes in life you meet extraordinary people, people who are selfless, people who are tenacious, people who give everything to their community. And today I would like to talk about one such member of the Goldstein community, Geoff Naylor. I first met Geoff early in my election campaign when we got together to discuss accessibility for people with disabilities within Goldstein, especially in Bayside, Melbourne. Geoff and his wife Sue are the proud parents of two sons, Keith, 26, and Mitchell, 24. Mitch is severely disabled and his care is supported at home with the help of the NDIS. In fighting for inclusion and accessibility for his son, Geoff has become a passionate advocate for people with disabilities within our community. It has at times been a frustrating and arduous task, but Geoff has persisted and continues to do so. In his paid job, Geoff delivers structured problem-solving training. In his so-called spare time and through his voluntary work on Bayside City Council's Disability Access and Inclusion Advisory Committee, he's helped deliver Bayside's first inclusive playground at Thomas Street in Hampton, along with Bayside's first changing places bathrooms. These facilities are critical to our civic infrastructure to allow people who require them and their carers to enjoy time outdoors in our vast parklands and enjoying watching sport at our sporting facilities across the electorate. People with disabilities should not be forced into a position where they can't attend these venues because there are inadequate bathrooms. Recently, Geoff ran a non-partisan disability inclusion pledge for the 2022 Victorian state election across the Brighton and Sandringham electorates, which was supported and signed by all candidates. I also endorsed this landmark pledge, the first of its kind in Australia, which saw every candidate running in the state seats of Brighton and Sandringham sign up to the pledge to always consider disability inclusion and accessibility should they be elected when considering all legislation. I 100% support Geoff in his advocacy, and I was so humbled when he presented me with a framed copy of the pledge to hang in my office. People with disabilities must be embraced into our community in every way possible, including via access to changing places bathrooms. I'm also pleased that Geoff and others in Goldstein will soon have direct access to the Minister for the NDIS, Bill Shorten, who's agreed to come to Goldstein for a forum in which I will moderate a Q&A with community members to enable direct engagement with the Minister on critical issues for people with disabilities. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And I call the member for Blaxland.
Jay Allen is currently on the road somewhere between Gerringong and Kiama. He's on day 6 of a walk to raise awareness and raise funds for research into melanoma and other forms of skin cancer. He's been doing walks like this since 2014. He's clocked up hundreds of kilometres and raised a lot of money, more than $1 million. He's accompanied on this walk every day and every kilometre by Michelle Kitcheman, Emma Page, Ashley Peake, Greg Bond and Kayla Brown. Jay, Michelle and Emma are all melanoma survivors. Ashley, Kayla and Greg have lost the people that they love: Ashley's mum, Kayla's brother and Greg's sister-in-law. They're walking more than 300 kilometres over 10 days and they finish at Government House on Sunday. And I had the honour to be with them as they set off from Canberra last Friday. A couple of years ago, I was diagnosed with melanoma. I'm one of the lucky ones. I spotted a mole on my leg. I noticed it had changed colour, and so I contacted my doctor and she said, let's cut it out. And I'm glad we did. That decision saved my life. Hayley is not so lucky. Hayley Burke is 37. She's only been sunburnt twice in her life. She was diagnosed with melanoma in 2006 when she was 21. It started with a freckle on her shoulder. The melanoma was removed, but 10 years later she found a golf ball-sized lump under her armpit. She's battled stage 4 cancer for 6 years and underwent countless surgeries and treatments. Hayley has been told that she's only got days or weeks left to live. But she was there on Friday. She came because she wants to help save our lives. And as she spoke to the crowd, there wasn't a dry eye in the house. Summer starts tomorrow. Please, please, book a skin check. See your doctor. Think about Hayley and the extraordinary woman that she is and will always be, and the love that she showed us on Friday. Get a skin check. Could save your life.
I thank the member for his statement and I call the member for Herbert.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. During the last term of Parliament, as a member of the Coalition Government, I was able to secure nearly $1.5 million worth of funding for a program to support disengaged youth and keep them off the streets. It was a part of our Safer Communities program, providing community safety infrastructure to grassroots groups, as well as investing in early intervention programs to address the underlying social issues which can lead young people to crime. Last month, I was extremely happy to be able to go out and see where the funding is going to, with Community Grow's Garbutt Youth Hub now up and running. It was fantastic to hang out with Easter, Christopher, Dalton, Braden, Michaelia, who are enjoying their time in the Youth Hub after a long day of school and taking part in activities and have a good, nutritious meal cooked by the staff on site. They learn how to connect with culture, respect one another and their youth leaders, and have a good time in a positive environment. And I have to admit that their Pictionary skills are a bit better than mine and put me to shame. The funding was successful, that I was successful in fighting for, will allow Community Grow to deliver the Youth Hub program for at least the next 2 years, operating 5 nights a week between 3 p.m. and 10 p.m. The CEO, Catherine, has said dozens of local youths have been coming in, having a meal and engaging in educational programs, learning to respect themselves and the local community before they got a lift home. The funding has also enabled a caseworker to work with some of the older youth during the day to work on their goals, whether it be education or employment. I've got to say, I saw myself in a lot of them, to be honest. I saw people that had been grown up tough, who are doing it tough, but programs like this, they're on the cusp of potentially going into a life of crime or a life of positivity. And we've had some fantastic feedback from locals around the area and also from family members. It was great to see this funding make a real difference in the lives of these young people, and I look forward to continuing to work with the Community Grow team as they continue their excellent work. As much as investing in early intervention programs is important, which we can do at the federal level, we still need the state Labor government to do more. We're still waiting on them to make breach of bail an offence and end the holiday-like conditions at the Cleveland Youth Detention Centre. The people of Townsville deserve to feel safe in their homes and not like prisoners, and we need the state Labor government to step up.
I call the member for Newcastle.
And thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I rise today to speak on 2 very important issues for my electorate of Newcastle. Firstly, I want to celebrate Newcastle Pride. Newcastle Pride Fair Day was back bigger and better than ever after a COVID hiatus, and I was thrilled to help launch the Fair Day alongside my state colleague, the state member for Newcastle, Tim Crackenthorpe MP. Pride Fair Day formed part of a huge program of Newcastle Pride Week events. Newcastle is a supportive community. We are an accepting community, and we are a rainbow community because we are a proud community. I want to give a special shout out to Leanne and the whole Newcastle Pride Committee, as well as the outstanding volunteers who do so much to unite us and celebrate diversity in our great city. They made the day and the whole Pride Week inclusive, colourful and, most importantly, safe for all. In Newcastle, regardless of who you are or where you came from, what sexual orientation or gender you identify as, you are loved and you are celebrated. Secondly, I want to address the ongoing turmoil in Iran. This is an issue that is profoundly impacting on so many people throughout the world. Many of my constituents in Newcastle have reached out to me to share their concerns and their personal stories. The Newcastle Iranian community has come together, supported by the wider Newcastle community over the past few months, to express their horror, outrage and grief over the events in Iran. For many, this is deeply personal, with family and friends still residing in Iran. I want to take this opportunity to assure my community that the Australian government stands in solidarity with the Iranian people, advocating for the rights of women, children and diverse communities. Our government has denounced the deadly and disproportionate use of force against protesters in Iran, following the tragic death of Ms. Mahsa Amini, a 22-year-old Kurdish woman whose Kurdish name was Gina. We respect the right of Iranian people to protest peacefully, and we call on the Iranian authorities to exercise restraint in response to ongoing demonstrations. We stand with Iranian women and girls and their struggle for equality, empowerment and ending violence against women and girls. We continue to call on Iran to cease its oppression of women. We are also committed to the right of all religious faiths, as well as the LGBTIQ communities, to live safely and peacefully in Iran. No matter where you are born, who you are, or what you believe in, you should have the right to live safely in this world.
And I call the member for Flinders.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today to give thanks to an exemplary member of the community, Sergeant Julie Morris of the Victoria Police, a resident of my electorate of Flinders. In 2019, Sergeant Morris, then a senior constable, received a call of a swimmer in trouble down at Frankston Pier. It was 18-year-old Corey Wood. While a regular swimmer, Corey's usual morning dip that day quickly turned after he became overpowered in treacherous conditions while swimming at Frankston Beach. Concerned bystanders began to ring 000 and Sergeant Morris responded. Undeterred by the treacherous conditions, she jumped into the waves with a flotation device, and I read from press reports at the time. The senior constable, as she was then, Julie Morris, and her sergeant responded to a distress call on the pier during Thursday the 21st of November's strong north winds and 40-degree temperatures. A young man taking a dip before work was unable to climb back onto the pier and wedged himself between pylons and the pier's roof at about 11:30 a.m. Waves crashing through the pylons were knocking him around, and he was barely able to hang on and was forced to hold his breath every time water surged through and over his head. After 25 minutes of calling for help, and with those above him not able to see where he was, the 18-year-old of Botanic Ridge was frightened and in serious trouble. He'd found a gap where he could keep his head above water, but when I looked down, I could see he was getting smashed by the waves, Senior Constable Morris, then 37, said. I couldn't just stand by and watch him struggle. I said to my sergeant, I'm going in, because if I don't, he's dead. An experienced year-round open water swimmer, Senior Constable Morris said she was comfortable in the trying conditions and confident she could help the man. After the event, she described it as follows. I heard his call for help, looked under the pier, and there he was. I told him to wait for the biggest wave and to jump towards me. In Corey's own words, Julie jumped straight in, dived for me, pulled me out and rescued me. Mr Wood said to the media at the time, there were waves crashing over me. I just tried to hold on, spit the water out, keep my mouth shut and keep my head above the water. There's no way I would have made it without help. This isn't the first time Sergeant Morris has been involved in bravery on the water. An accomplished long-distance swimmer, in 2016, Sergeant Morris leapt into the surf to rescue a man who attempted to swim from Frankston to St Kilda. Earlier this month, Sergeant Morris joined other brave members of our community at Victorian Government House to receive an Australian Bravery Decoration. I can think of no more fitting recipient. Congratulations, Julie, and thank you for the work that you do and the example that you set for others.
Call the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As 2022 draws to a close, I'm looking back on a huge year. Huge for the people of my electorate of Corangamite and huge for the nation. I'm also looking forward with positivity and enthusiasm for what 2023 promises for the people of my electorate and the broader Geelong region. I'm honoured and humbled that in May this year, the people of Corangamite voted in the Albanese government, returning me as their local federal member. I will never take this for granted, and I'm proud to say the Albanese government hasn't let people down, hasn't wasted a second of our first 6 months in power. We've delivered a responsible budget and returned stability and civility to Parliament. We've brought milestone bills before Parliament, including our Secure Jobs Better Pay, the National Anti-Discrimination Commission, climate change and respect at work. Less than 1 week ago, Victorians also went to the polls, resoundingly returning the Andrews Labor government. Dan Andrews and his team have worked hard every day, removing level crossings and building hospitals, schools, roads across the state. In my area of Victoria, State Labor has a dynamic new team of Alison Marchant in Bellarine, with the retirement of Lisa Neville after a stellar career, and Ella George in Lara, with the retirement of the long-time member John Erin. Hard-working local members Christine Cousins in Geelong and Darren Cheeseman in South Bowen have been returned. And Hutch Hussain went very close to taking Polwarth from the Liberals. She will do it next time. Deputy Speaker, state and federal Labor governments are therefore able to continue working hand in glove to deliver local projects across the region. This includes the Bowen Heads Road Stage 2 upgrade, delivering an indoor aquatic centre in Drysdale and providing funds to many community and sporting clubs across Corangamite. With the Commonwealth Games coming to our region, a unified federal partnership has never been more important. The summer festive season is just around the corner. For my electorate, it will bring an influx of visitors along the Surf Coast and the Bellarine Peninsula to towns like Torquay, Ocean Grove and Port Arlington. We know how tough hospitality businesses have been doing it. We wish them well this summer. I'm confident it's about to change. We have a great country, a great government, and as the year draws to a close, I take this opportunity to wish everyone in Corangamite, particularly those Year 12 students who finish their VCE, to have a relaxed and safe season and a prosperous 2022. Thank you.
I call the member for Franklin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last month, I met with Claire in my electorate. Claire is a small business owner and her pharmacy had been flooded. She said, as small business owners, we're involved in our business. Quite often we spend more of our waking hours at work than we do in our homes. And then there's some kind of interruption to your business that strikes home and hard. And you realise that your identity is somehow involved in your work and how you do things. And not being able to do that, there's been left a great big gap. She spoke on the importance of support like that provided by the New Access program. As part of the 2022-23 budget, the government is investing $15.1 million to extend the New Access for small business owners and the Small Business Debt Hotline for an additional 2 calendar years from 1 January 2023 to 31 December 2024. These programs were due to end, therefore, at the 31st of December this year, but we have managed to extend them for a further 2. The New Access for Small Business program is run by Beyond Blue, and it provides free, accessible, tailored coaching to help small business owners to manage the pressures associated with owning a business. They don't have to go to the GP and get a mental health plan. They can get this free, confidential mental health support at any time. Between the 18th of March and 7th of October, 2,755 small business owners had booked an assessment through the program. And the Small Business Debt Hotline is run by Financial Counselling Australia. It's a national service that offers free, confidential, phone-based financial counselling for small business owners. Support is provided across a range of complex issues: avoiding bankruptcy, negotiating payment plans, debt waivers, grant applications and insolvency. It is tailored specifically for small business owners so that they can provide and get the support that they need. Between the 10th of March 2020 and the 30th of September 2022, over 3,500 cases were supported through the Small Business Debt Hotline. But these are programs that the previous government would have ended this year, having little regard to the challenges that small business owners are currently experiencing. We know that small businesses have been doing it tough coming out of the global pandemic, but they've also been doing it tough in recent weeks and months with floods across Australia, and we know that the summer could also be bad, given the weather warnings that we've had. We need to support small businesses, and that's what we're doing. We're providing tailored programs to them as they deal with their own mental health and well-being and their financial well-being. It was great to be with Claire earlier this month, and I want to thank her and the team at Beyond Blue and the Financial Counselling Services for coming along to the event. Thank you.
And I call the member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many times I've risen to my feet in this place talking about the doctor shortage, particularly in regional and rural South Australia. Over the last week or so, I've been highlighting an issue where I provided information to the Health Minister, Mark Butler, early on, soon after he was appointed Minister, from a study that had been done on Northeastern Eyre Peninsula by the Northern Eyre Peninsula Health Group, NEPHA, to actually look at a way to provide doctors, a scheme to bring a group of doctors in to fix this shortage. It needed state government cooperation and federal government cooperation. Greg Hunt funded when he was Health Minister, funded the study. $300,000 and hundreds of hours of work have gone into this report. Unfortunately, we fell foul of the state election in South Australia and then the federal election here earlier in the year, and it wasn't acted upon before both of those governments lost their place as governments. So I referred it on to Minister Butler very early in his term, and I said it to him personally at the time. I can't expect you to act on this today. I know you've got a lot of things on your desk, but we're 6 months in now, and I've asked him to respond to NEPHA and to me, and to give NEPHA, this is the group that put together this report, a face-to-face meeting so we can discuss the option that they have put forward. Now, I brought it up in a couple of speeches this week because I've had no response at all from the Minister. Yesterday, after giving yet another speech in the chamber, I had an email from the Minister, and sorry, oops, we sent it to the wrong email address back in September. That may or may not be the case, Madam Deputy Speaker, but in any case, it's the contents of the letter that are more concerning to me. So this report, hundreds of hours of work, dedicated professionals put their time into this report, and the Minister has recommended that they might like to apply into a number of different programs that the government have. No direct meeting, no recognition of the problem. Just go and apply for a grant and see if you can get yourself off the ground. That is simply not good enough. That is not an answer, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a snub to the people that live in rural and regional South Australia. The Minister, who comes from South Australia, is showing no concern in this matter at all. I told him I would give him plenty of time to assess this matter. I did not want to put the pressure on him early in his time as Minister. And now to get that response yesterday that said they sent to the wrong email address in September is an absolute insult.
I call the member for Shortland.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's good that to end the year on a positive note, and I'm pleased to update the House on the commitments that the Albanese Labor government has delivered in Shortland since the election. And the government has hit the ground running over the past 6 months, and my constituents are already benefiting from the implementation of our election commitments. In health, the government has restored funding to the Hunter region's much-cherished GP access after-hours service that was cut by the Liberals. This was one of my Hunter colleagues and my main commitments, and this funding has been reinstated and guaranteed for the next 6 years. This is the longest funding commitment that the service has ever received, and this means the service can return to its normal hours of operation, which have been halved and in one case completely cut because of the Liberals. And in confirming this funding, my colleague, the Minister for Health, called GP Access After Hours the best after-hours service in the country, and it is. My constituents know this, and I'm proud that this Labor government is restoring funding cut by Liberals and Nationals. And what we discovered during the budget process, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that if the last government had stayed in power, the GP after-hours service would have disappeared completely. They put aside $0 for that service to continue, whereas we've given it 6 years funding certainty. Also in health, the government has classified the Central Coast and Hunter regions as distribution priority areas for GPs, and we will fund 2 urgent care clinics on the Central Coast. The delivery of these commitments means my constituents will have better access to health care and better health outcomes. To complement this, we've cut the cost of medicines, the first cut to PBS since the foundation of the scheme. And this is also a very important cost of living initiative. I'm also proud of the $20 million Lake Macquarie Economic Development Package, which includes providing $10 million to Lake Macquarie City Council to purchase a permanent dredge for the Swansea Channel, something the state Liberal government has ignored for 12 years. This is urgently needed. The package also extends the Newcastle Mines Grouting Fund to the Lake Macquarie local government area, which will help drive jobs and economic benefits. The budget also provides funding for mobile phone towers in Lake Munmora, Eleebana, Budgewoi, Halakalani and Jules Redhead, as well as $7 million for a shared pathway from Chain Valley Bay to Mannering Park, which these communities have long campaigned for. I'll end with an email I received from a gentleman in his 80s last week. Alan wrote, "You're all doing a great job of government, especially the Prime Minister, and makes an old bloke proud of Australia again." Well, I thank Alan for his generous feedback and agree that we can all be even prouder of Australia heading into 2023 with a government that cares for everyone, particularly the people of Shortland.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Forrest.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week we saw members of the Defence Force here with us in Parliament House, and I asked Major Zach Looker, who was with me, if he would give me some words to tell me what he felt about the program, and these are his words. These are the words of Major Zach Looker. And he said, "I had the pleasure of being hosted by the Honourable Nola Marino MP during the Australian Defence Force parliamentary program last week. This opportunity has been a drawing back of the curtains moment for me, and I am eternally grateful for that opportunity. Having the freedom to walk the floors of Parliament House and view our elected members conducting their business has been personally and professionally rewarding. First and foremost, I would like to thank you for your collective time during this past week. Last week follows on from a reciprocal exchange in 2017, when I was privileged to host Senator James Patterson at the Royal Military College, Duntroon. Senator Patterson was able to experience the range of training future officers in the Australian Army and what they undertake, and I sincerely hope this left a lasting legacy on the Senator. After seeing both sides of the Australian Defence Force parliamentary program, I am grateful to take this opportunity to offer my observations. I've been impressed at the level of collegiate and supportive interactions across Parliament. The desire to serve the Australian people clearly outweighs the partisan divide. The humanity of the members and senators I've had the pleasure of meeting has been apparent, and I'm sure my naivety lightened a few moments. More collectively, I'm relieved that the more theatrical aspects of Parliament are underpinned by accountability. I hope as a father that my 3 young children will grow up seeing a professional Parliament beyond reproach. I've met some remarkable people across my visit and shared some amazing experiences, and have to say the highlight of my time was taking part in the routine management of a Member of Parliament's office. I'm sure it was menial in the grand scheme of things, but I found it eye-opening nonetheless. I close by reiterating my absolute gratitude at being able to take part in the Australian Defence Force parliamentary program. The time that's been so generously given by all those who hosted or interacted with my colleagues and me is an investment in a strong relationship between the federal government and the Australian Defence Force. And they are the words of Major Zach Looker, and he ended by thanking me personally, as you would understand, Deputy Speaker. But this is a fantastic program for members and for members of the Defence Forces, and I've done many of these, and I just want to encourage other members of this House to do the same. irrespective of your background or your views, what you will learn, the people, I am always inordinately proud of the people that I meet in Defence, and I know that they are our greatest asset, and I would encourage other members of Parliament to do the same.
I thank the member. In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded, and I call the clerk.
Government business. Orders of the day number 1, ozone protection and synthetic greenhouse gas management reform, closing the hole in the ozone layer. Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
I thank the clerk. Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I advise the Federation Chamber that, in the House, it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering the bill, the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Gas Import Levy Amendment Bill 2022, and the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Manufacture Levy Amendment Bill 2022. So the question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to support this bill. In 1985, Jonathan Shanklin was a junior researcher at British Antarctic Survey when he discovered a hole in the invisible shield that protects us from solar radiation. It's 37 years since scientists first found that hole in the ozone layer. That invisible shield absorbs harmful UV rays from the sun, and without it, complex life on Earth would not exist. The findings spurred a whole environmental movement in the 1980s and led to the total ban of chlorofluorocarbons, CFCs, the chemicals responsible for destroying ozone. We saw the science and we believed it. We saw that since the late 70s there'd been a systematic decline in the amount of spring ozone. By 1984, the ozone layer over the Haley Research Station was only about 2/3 as thick as it had been in earlier decades. Shanklin's findings were published in a seminal Nature paper in May 85, and that research led directly to the 1987 Montreal Protocol, an agreement to freeze production and consumption of ozone-depleting substances at then current rates. To use Jonathan Shanklin's own words, I think it was the fact that it was absolutely clear-cut. You could show politicians a picture of the Antarctic ozone hole, and so they were very quickly enabled to take action. There were also alternatives to CFCs that were readily available, and because increased UV light was linked to increased incidences of skin cancer, the word cancer made it a public health issue. And so I witnessed political effort being harnessed incredibly rapidly. The Montreal Protocol provided an exemplar of how things should operate. If we could adopt the same approach with climate change and have proceeded just as rapidly, then we wouldn't be in the challenging position that we are now, and we would have taken action decades ago. Now, I was a very young journalist when all this was happening in the Canberra Press Gallery and witnessing the Hawke government coming to terms with this news. It was my first big environmental story. We all learnt to say chlorofluorocarbons without stumbling on it. Yeah, we know, look, I think that's why it's just been so interesting to see the difference in acceptance of the science from then to now as it related to climate change. We can be very proud that Australia has been at the forefront of action to protect the ozone layer since the start. Due to our increased vulnerability to changes in the ozone layer, it was recognised very early by Prime Minister Bob Hawke. We were one of the first countries to sign the Montreal Protocol, and we shared our expertise with other nations. The federal government worked with the states and territories and with industry to pass legislation to phase out the importation, production and supply of ozone-depleting substances. Australia also contributed to the international fund that assisted developing nations to respond to this issue. Since 1987, every single Prime Minister has continued to support the Montreal Protocol, and Australia has met or exceeded all its targets under the agreement. In 2012, the Montreal Protocol became the first international environmental treaty to achieve full ratification, being signed by every country who's a member of the United Nations. So how do these bills fit in with that progress? Through these bills, we will contribute to the phase down of hydrofluorocarbons, or HFCs, in our atmosphere. This is absolutely critical to us meeting the targets that we've set. HFCs are dangerous greenhouse gases that are 4,000 times more harmful to our environment than carbon dioxide. These bills improve the effectiveness and efficiency of the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Management Program, and will keep it strong. We know that protecting the ozone layer is paramount to the well-being of Australians and the Australian environment. We'll make these changes through regulating the manufacture, import, export, use and disposal of ozone-depleting substances and synthetic greenhouse gases. Under our Labor government, Australia will re-establish our international leadership role on the environment. I've already noted that the Montreal Protocol is one of the most successful environmental treaties that we've ever seen, and has demonstrated success in protecting the ozone layer and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Thanks to the efforts of all countries, the ozone layer is projected to recover by the middle of this century. The global phase down of HFC production under the Montreal Protocol is estimated to prevent the equivalent of 420 gigatons of carbon dioxide being released into the atmosphere by 2100, which feels like a long way away, but isn't actually. Australia is on track to reach 85% reduction in our consumption by 2036. The Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Management Program is a terrific example of what Australia can do to protect our climate and meet our ambitious emissions reduction targets. Our government is very proud to work alongside Australian industry that continues to move to alternative technologies and manage environmentally harmful chemicals to minimise emissions. In the refrigeration and air conditioning sector, for instance, Australia has a world-leading approach to managing these substances from the import through the supply chain and how they're actually used within the local economy, and then at the end of life. Australia has established a product stewardship scheme to collect used refrigerant that turns these potent greenhouse gases into harmless, salty water. Australian industry is crucial to the way we engage with our Pacific neighbours as well. Our companies have been partnering with the Pacific to assist their phase out of ozone-depleting chemicals. By working constructively with our neighbours, we can move away from refrigerants that are damaging the region. Changes in this bill lay the foundation for future additional initiatives to reduce synthetic greenhouse gas emissions and assist Australia to meet our 2030 target. Deputy Speaker, it isn't hard to draw the parallels for what can be achieved now. After so many years of natural disasters being aggravated by climate change, by the data that we see, it's no wonder that we want to replicate the success that we've had with ozone when we look to the broader issue of climate change and emissions reduction. The Albanese government made a commitment to reduce our emissions by 43% by 2030. And, Deputy Speaker, we're delivering on that. We've legislated that. That includes an 82% reduction, an 82% target for renewable energy. You know, it's a hard thing to achieve, but we're committed to doing that. Our climate change bill has passed through the Parliament, and in the same way that we continue to act on ozone and take the next steps, that climate bill is not the end of the story, it's the start. Among the things that we're doing to parallel the work that was done so effectively by the Hawke government in the 80s and by subsequent governments in their approach to tackling the hole in the ozone layer, We have a suite of measures around climate change. We've got $20 billion of investment in Australia's electricity grid to accelerate the decarbonisation of the grid. We've got an additional $300 million to deliver community batteries and solar banks across Australia, and I'm very proud to have 2 of those in the electorate of Macquarie. Up to $3 billion is being invested in the new National Reconstruction Fund to support renewables manufacturing and low-emissions technology, again working with industry. Our Powering the Regions Fund will support the development of new clean energy industries and decarbonisation priorities of existing industry. There's a further $100 million to train 10,000 new energy apprentices in the jobs of the future. There's $10 million for new energy skills programs to provide alternative training pathways. There's the introduction of declining emissions baselines for Australia's major emitters under the existing safeguard mechanism. And I think that's a really good example. Mirroring what we've done on ozone is you take existing work and you improve on it over time. We're doubling the existing investment in electric vehicle charging, and we're establishing hydrogen refuelling industries. Up to $500 million is committed for that. We've got the application of new standardised and internationally aligned reporting requirements for climate risks. We're restoring the role of the Climate Change Authority while keeping decision-making and accountability with government, introducing a new annual parliamentary reporting by the Minister, the first of which will come very shortly. We've also bid to host a future COP, the Conference of the Parties in Australia, with an offer to the Pacific partner countries to co-host it. Again, demonstration of working with our neighbours. We know these things work. It's the way to bring about change. We've also confirmed that we will not use overachievement, otherwise known as carryover, from 2020 and the Kyoto Protocol targets in order to meet our Paris climate targets. This is how we're going to demonstrate to the world that the commitments this country has always shown to taking a leadership role and working to solve environmental issues is being replicated in the work that we're doing to tackle climate change. So, Deputy Speaker, I'm very pleased to support this legislation, which continues the work started by the Hawke government and continued over many decades.
I thank the member. The question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I call the member for Lyne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of these bills in the whole. They progress Australia's great achievements in limiting damage to the ozone layer. But before I proceed with my comments on the bills, I'd just like to explain for some of the members and for anyone who's listening out there in the media a bit about ozone and a bit about CFCs and hydrofluorocarbons as well. Ozone, or triple oxygen, trioxygen, which exists mainly in the higher areas of the Earth's atmosphere called the troposphere, that's the stratosphere, sorry, from 5 to 10 kilometres above the Earth, is formed when ordinary oxygen or dioxygen, 2 oxygen molecules, plus ultraviolet light that comes in to the Earth's atmosphere from the sun, plus lightning reacts and forms trioxygen, or O3. Now, that is the area where the greatest amount of ozone exists. Up there, it works like a radiation shield, Madam Deputy Speaker. It does prevent us from getting much more sunburn and damaging skin cancers, and over time, if it reduces again like it did in the 1970s, or when it was noted in the 1970s, we would be getting many more skin cancers and much more sunburn. Lower down to Earth, in the troposphere, the area that we exist in, below 5 kilometres, and our air that we breathe, ozone is in the minority, thank goodness, because it is well documented to be quite toxic. when particulate matter from burning fossil fuels, coal and oil and diesel, all those things combine with the small amount of ozone in the troposphere, which is the area, the last 5 kilometres down to Earth, it mixes and creates what we know as smog. And that in itself, the ozone part of the smog, is what damages respiratory membranes, like the air sacs in your lungs, the tubes that take the air, so people with chronic bronchitis, asthma, emphysema or chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, COPD, get damaged. And you can see that in odd events where you have huge electrical activity with a lot of smog, and then you get huge outbreaks of respiratory illness. Now, we all know the world got together and the Montreal Protocol came into place because scientists observed that the ozone layer was being destroyed by the chemicals that are man-made, the CFCs, chlorofluorocarbons. That seminal article in Nature led to collective actions around the globe. And Australia did sign up. Our Prime Minister at the time, Bob Hawke and Graham Richardson, people that everyone has seen in the media over the years, got us signed up, and the rest is history. The reason, though, I really want to stress is that ozone depletion by man-made substances, either CFCs, which have been superseded by hydrofluorocarbons, or HFCs, which are equally toxic, is a totally different chemistry and phenomenon. They are purely man-made. HFCs and CFCs do not exist in the atmosphere. CO2 and methane do naturally occur in our atmosphere. And to try and equate the initiative to get rid of ozone-destroying chemicals that man makes is quite different from the phenomenon of global warming. And they are different to trying to restrict things that actually exist in the atmosphere by nature. Now, the Montreal Protocol has had updates to it. Initially, I mentioned 24 nations signed on. Now there's 198, including us, obviously. We have saved, in summary, around the world, probably 2.5 million lives, at least, from the ravages of skin cancers of various sorts. The estimates are that we've reduced the number of cases of skin cancer by about 450 million cases at least because of this initiative. When this bill, which updates the laws and regulations regarding our efforts to limit HFCs as well as the existing ban on CFCs, is quite timely. It was introduced on the anniversary date of that protocol being signed up. Australia's action has been quite significant and will continue to contribute to our efforts to improve the emissions reduction target set by the now government for 2030. The HFC should be reduced by 86% in total by that time. Now, in the last government, my colleague, the former member for Brisbane, as the Assistant Minister for Waste Reduction and Environmental Management, introduced very similar bills to what we're seeing here today, which are updating Australia's protocols and the regulations that enforce the reduction of ozone destruction. We have a really good record, and I just want to put on the record that the former government attempted to do this, but the introduced legislation had lapsed, and this is bringing it back again. There are many common sense measures. The the programs and the requirements enforced through licence conditions involve banning the import of bulk gas in non-refillable containers. Many of the businesses involved in refrigeration, when you think about how widespread refrigeration is in air conditioners, in food storage, in food transport, in your own house, in your own fridge, this sort of legislation and ensuring the chemicals that we're using to keep our food fresh and long-living and all those other things are really critical. But we can always improve regulation, and this bill will enable some improvements that clarify the licence and exemption requirements, including changes to make the legislation easier to understand and reduce unintentional non-compliance. It also allows extra time for businesses that need to make their declarations. It gives them more time to submit reports and more time to pay levies, and will reduce the regulatory burden on business. The bill also reforms compliance and enforcement approach for individuals as well as companies. The offence and penalty structure has been made more flexible and introduces the option of licence suspension rather than the immediate cancellation of a licence to produce or import these substances. It also amends the import levy process. It will be done by regulation rather than legislation, which makes the operation of our ozone protection and synthetic greenhouse system much more flexible. The take-home message for people in Australia is that we are a proud participant in this process, which is keeping the ozone up there in the stratosphere where we like it, rather than getting it down into the troposphere, which is our part of the atmosphere that humans and vegetation enact with. Ozone isn't all bad. It does provide some benefits for sterilising and in other chemical processes, as long as it doesn't get destroyed by those processes that I've outlined. And I commend this bill and the amendments to the House. Thank you.
I thank the member for Lyne. The question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I call the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese government is delivering on our commitment to reduce Australia's greenhouse gas emissions. The Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Management Reform, Closing the Hole in the Ozone Layer Bill 2022, is an important part of delivering on this commitment. Deputy Speaker, more than 40 years ago, global communities spoke with great concern about the hole in the ozone layer and the catastrophic damage it would do to our health, to our economy and to our environment if we did not act. Consequently, global communities recognised the science that the ozone layer protects life on Earth by absorbing ultraviolet radiation from the sun. And we also recognise the concerning fact that ozone-depleting hydrofluorocarbons, like refrigerants, were destroying the ozone layer. In response, global communities determined to control and phase out ozone gases with the creation of the Montreal Protocol, ratified by Australia in 1989. This has led to the phasing out of harmful substances and the renewed health of the ozone layer. Products like aerosols were banned, and industries and communities changed their behaviours because they believed in the science and the consequence of not acting. Now, after almost a decade of inaction under successive coalition governments on climate change, the Albanese government is once again listening to the science. And I'm proud to say that earlier this year, Parliament passed the government's climate change bill. The Albanese government has committed to reduce Australia's greenhouse gas emissions by 43% on 2005 2005 levels by 2030 and to net zero by 2050. This is backed by business associations, unions and environmental groups who've come together to support the government's emissions targets. Our commitment has brought Australia into line with other nations, including France, Denmark, Spain, that have also legislated net zero by 2050. Now, through this bill before us today, we continue our commitment to the phasing down of hydrofluorocarbons, or HFCs, in our atmosphere, which will continue to strengthen the health of the ozone layer. This is also critical in meeting our greenhouse emissions reduction target. HFCs are dangerous greenhouse gases that are 4,000 times more harmful to our environment than carbon dioxide. These bills provide the effectiveness and efficiency of the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Management Program. The bill also implements the remaining recommendations from the 2016 review of the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Program. They'll improve compliance and enforcement by refining existing criminal offences. They'll also introduce new offences and civic penalties to cover non-compliance relating to the import, export or manufacture of ozone-depleting substances. And these measures will reduce the administrative burden on industry by streamlining and improving the import and manufacturing licensing scheme, as well as making the legislation easier to understand. Australia's ozone legislation controls the import and use of ozone-depleting substances and synthetic greenhouse gases, commonly used in refrigeration and air conditioning, fire protection, aerosols and insulating foam. HFCs make up about 2% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions, but their use is growing because of increasing demand for air conditioning. We know that protecting the ozone layer is crucial to the well-being of Australians and the Australian environment. Ozone-depleting substances damage the ozone layer, allowing more ultraviolet radiation from the sun to pass through and cause harm to our health. UV radiation causes many problems, from skin cancer and cataracts in people through to damage to farm crops and the environment. To prevent damage to the ozone layer, we must tightly control and manage ozone-depleting substances. So we're working together across national boundaries. We can move away from refrigerants and the damage to our environment. The Montreal Protocol provides concrete proof that global cooperation can heal the planet. It is the world's most successful international environmental treaty. As part of the phase-down, Australia is committed to assisting our neighbours in the Pacific, offering technical training and providing information about managing the transition to newer gases and equipment to reduce emissions. This continues Labor's history as a government that takes action on global climate issues. Australia, under the Hawke government, was instrumental in gaining agreement by all parties to the Montreal Protocol, to the worldwide phase-down of hydrofluorocarbons. We are doing this through regulating the manufacture, import, export, use and disposal of ozone-depleting substances and synthetic greenhouse gases. Under the Albanese government, Australia will re-establish our international leadership role on the environment. The Montreal Protocol is one of the most successful climate change treaties for protecting the ozone layer and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Thanks to the efforts of all countries, the ozone layer is projected to recover by the middle of this century. The global phase-down of HFC production under the Montreal Protocol is estimated to prevent the equivalent of 420 gigatons of carbon dioxide being released into the atmosphere by 2100, and Australia is on track to reach 85% reduction in our consumption by 2036. The Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Management Program is a strong example of what Australia can do to protect our climate and meet our ambitious emissions reduction targets. Our government is working alongside Australian industry that continues to move to alternative technologies and manage environmentally harmful chemicals to minimise emissions. In the refrigeration and air conditioning sector, Australia has a world-leading approach to managing these substances. The all-embracing strategy applies from import through the supply chain and in use within the economy, and then at the end of life. Australia has an established product stewardship scheme to collect used refrigerant that turns these potent greenhouse gases into harmless salty water. Australian industry is crucial to the way we engage with our Pacific neighbours as well. Our companies have been partnering with the Pacific to help them phase out ozone-depleting chemicals. By working constructively with our neighbours, we can move away from refrigerants that damage our region and our planet. Our government will share information with neighbouring countries about our legislation, licensing and quota systems. We'll offer technical training and training material and provide information about managing the transition to newer gases and equipment to reduce emissions. These projects and initiatives will be funded from a multilateral fund for the implementation of the Montreal Protocol, which Australia contributes to through our official development assistance. This builds upon Australia's existing work with 12 Pacific Island countries under the Montreal Protocol to phase out ozone-depleting substances, particularly HCFCs. In that respect, we're already working with Palau, the Federated States of Micronesia, the Marshall Islands, the Solomon Islands, Vanuatu, Tonga, Tuvalu, Kiribati, Nauru, Samoa and the Cook Islands. Deputy Speaker, reforms within this bill lay the foundation for the future. They create additional initiatives to reduce synthetic greenhouse gas emissions and help Australia to meet its 2030 targets. It is also just another way that we can work effectively with our Pacific neighbours and give them support. These measures are sensible, practical and have wide support. And importantly, this bill reinforces Australia's place as a global partner which believes in the science, one who is prepared to play its role in protecting the health of our planet and our people. And I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for Corangamite. The question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I call the member for New England.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I have to commend that it was the Vienna Protocol, which was the first back in 1985, which led to the Montreal Protocol of 1987. And between those two events, the world managed to attract together enough people, about 43 countries in the Montreal Protocol, for a seismic change in what was happening. It was self-evident that, especially in the Antarctic, that we were seeing a depletion of ozone. And ozone, there are natural ways that ozone is depleted, of course, but there was an accelerant of it, especially through things such as bromine and chlorine, which, if it gets into the stratosphere, has a fundamental effect. Madam Deputy Speaker, one chlorine atom will destroy around about 100,000 ozones. Ozone is O3, it's a trioxygen triatomic, and it breaks it down to a diatomic, which is oxygen. The only thing that can stop UVB getting through the atmosphere, which is an absolute kicker for skin cancer, and I've had melanoma twice, is ozone. It's the only way you're going to stop it. And so it was imperative that there was literally millions more cases of skin cancers, and I think it was around about 800,000 further cancer deaths that they attribute to the depletion of ozone. It was having an effect, Madam Deputy Speaker, that it actually progressed right to Tasmania, and so this was causing massive effects, and we had to do something about it. But I'm happy to say we did, and it is being reversed. And overwhelmingly, because the things that was depleting it were man-made. The classic ones would have been methyl bromide, carbon tolubride, methyl chloroform, your chlorofluorocarbons, your halons, and these were used in propellants, refrigerants, and there were alternatives. Now, another good thing about it, because people talk about the science, and I'm completely versed in what this is. One of the things about this is there was a methodical process that didn't destroy economies. There's also the participation by every country. If major countries had left out, it wouldn't have had any effect. And it was able to be calibrated quite clearly, and the modelling was very, very precise, and the correlation between modelling and actual outcomes was very good. So it is, in essence, one of the great wins, environmental wins. I'd say one of the biggest environmental wins that the globe has done, because it managed to combine together. Madam Deputy Speaker, where the logic went into it is there wasn't a sort of a depletion or a diminution of the technology that the world was using, it's just smarter technology that got it there. And I've seen the parallel that's been drawn by the opposition between renewables and this. I knew that would happen. But it's completely different, because renewables do not have the capacity that baseload power generation has. And I note today also the report that the Labor Party is hiding into the economic effect, especially in the Upper Hunter. In fact, I've got a copy of it here. If they want to table it, fine. I'd like them to table the rest of the report. But what we have to understand is that on a grid, in the sort of the parallel mechanism of carbon reduction, if you're going to go to zero emissions, it's absolutely imperative, if we go to physics, away from chemistry and into physics, that is, an electricity grid will not work. You only have to go marginally, fractionally away from 50 hertz on the grid, and it just won't work. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, having the grid work is basically like, as I said, balancing the electric pencil on your fingertip. Baseload manages to keep it balanced. But what renewables do as a power source is they basically jump up and down on the pencil, and the pencil has times where it goes away from 50 hertz, gets too much, blackout. Too little, blackout. And we haven't worked out how to do it. The costing, if you use they always talk about batteries. The costing of batteries across the nation to maintain the grid is about $5 trillion. Now, we don't have $5 trillion, and the batteries they refer to will do it for a few hours for a very small portion of power. Renewables, very efficient power is called low entropy power. And inefficient in the physics is called high entropy. It's a high entropy release. And the best way to think of it, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a balloon. Low entropy release is letting the air out through the bottom, and high entropy is popping the balloon. And it's very hard to store the energy from popping the balloon, but that is basically where renewables are, because they're intermittent, and you have to have the capacity to combine them in such a way as they maintain the grid at 50 hertz. And that's not saying whether you believe in climate change or not. That's just pure physics, just 100% physics. And we saw in June we got very close to the grid dropping out. And as the call goes onto it, it's going to get very close again. And this brings me to another thing. Madam Deputy Speaker, I hear, like not figuratively, literally, they're going to blow up Liddell. Literally. They're going to put explosives in there and blow it up. That's one of the things that keeps the pencil on the finger, on the tip of the finger. And once you lose that baseload power, you're going to create massive problems, and it will happen. It's just like denying gravity, or denying that chlorine turns oxygen from a triatomic to a diatomic. It just does. You just accept it. And we haven't got to that point yet where we can take away baseload power. And if we get to that point, we're just going to run straight into fact. And physics will beat narratives every day of the week. Now, so going back to things that so there was a great sort of technological advance in removing, so the Germans, the French and the English weren't really keen on going out of the things, propellants, refrigerants, and they created arguments as to why not. But what they did manage to do in a small period of time is get the efficacy of alternate products that did the same job without reducing the economy. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to go to what happens when you get it wrong. And this is a report commissioned by the Labor Party, by the Assistant Minister, McAllister, Jenny McAllister, where it talks about, in the Hunter Valley, for a sudden and concurrent closure of all power stations, which they requested to be modelled, so they must have obviously belief in doing it. a 6.7% additional unemployment rate. Hundreds of people lose their jobs. Tens of millions of dollars go out. And this is a very small section, Upper Hunter. Upper Hunter. They had this report, Madam Deputy Speaker, but they've never told the Australian people, they've never told the people of Upper Hunter about it. They commissioned it, never told anybody. And that is sneaky. That is not transparency. Just a moment ago, they called for a censure motion. They talked about transparency and openness. But we have a report here today, and we want to see it for everywhere. They've got one for the Upper Hunter. I bet you they've got one for the Lower Hunter as well. I bet you they have. I bet you they have. I bet you there's a whole range of areas, because it's quite clear this wasn't just done from one area. What about in Calare, in Cunningham, in Dawson, in Flynn, in Capricornia, in Maranoa, in Parkes, in Gippsland? Where are the reports for that? Where's their reports? I bet you they got them. And Mr Bowen today should table them. Otherwise, that whole theatre of just what happened there in the other chamber is just merely that theatre. And it only enlarges on one thing: hypocrisy. Total hypocrisy. Because people don't believe that only at certain times, when it suits them, do they want transparency. If it's there, I mean, it is there. We've got it. We didn't make it up. We've got it. It is there. And therefore, the people who it affects, the people who are about to be kicked to the curb, because the process of reducing propellants for your chlorines, your benzenes, your methyl bromides was efficacious, diligent, appropriate, and worked. And that is the great thing from the Vienna Convention, where they all went together and said, we think this should happen, to the Montreal Convention in 1987, where obviously the 43 countries that were part of it, then dragging Germany in and England in to be more part of the show. That was efficacious and that works. But what we are doing here in Australia, by the Labor Party's own report, is going to be something entirely different. Entirely different. The rhetoric of renewables is cheaper is obviously not. It's not cheaper, not until you get put in massive pump hydros, cost tens of, Snow Hydro 2.0 up to about $10 billion there. And you got the, when you're doing the costing, the marginal costing, what they call it, I can't remember, it's a relative marginal costing process, and you have to put in your baseload capacity, so comparing 24/7 power with 24/7 power. Renewables are massively dearer, because there's not that baseload. See, what happens, Madam Deputy Speaker, is power is sold in 5-minute blocks. And what they're comparing is one 5-minute block sale of power to a 5-minute block sale from a coal-fired power station. And it's not comparable. It's like saying you can keep the lights on here for 5 minutes, or Tomago Smelter only needs to work for 5 minutes a day, or certain 5-minute slots during the day. The flux will basically congeal, and they won't build another one. That'll be the end of it. It's gone. And we haven't got to that point in this nation of doing it. And what we're doing is walking closer and closer and closer to a massive problem. And what will the problem look like? It'll look like Labor's report that they've got. That's what it'll look like. Just like that. Just like that. So how do we do it? Now, we want to participate in this. There's only one way we can do it. And every advanced economy is getting there. And now we've got places like Thailand, Indonesia. It's nuclear. That's a zero-emission technology that does it. And when people shake their head, do they honestly think that Hitachi, Skoda, Rolls-Royce, General Electric, Westinghouse, myriad of Chinese companies, the Chinese, the Japanese, the Indians, the French, the English, the Canadians, who are very advanced in it, Argentinians, Saudi Arabians, are all these people dumb? And we're the only clever ones. They're all stupid, we're clever. Well, that's more than a paradox. It is just insane. The world is moving on, and we are going to be left behind. The manufacturing jobs we could have in this nation, they're looking at about $250 billion economy a year that's going to come to this. We're just going to be left behind. We're going to sell them the rocks, but we're not going to build the power stations. And that's just incongruous. And ultimately, we have to take the movement. Now, I'd like to commend the Australian Workers' Union. I'd like to commend the Australian Workers' Union that support this. And I will never do this again, I'd like to commend the CFMEU that support this. Support going into these jobs, say we should be part of it. And the group of people who don't want to be part of it are getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. Their biggest argument, I'll tell you what it is. Do you want a nuclear reactor in your area? A small modular reactor, the one they're building, that Rolls-Royce, that other stupid company that built things such as the Merlin engine for the Spitfire, and every time you fly, most of the engines there are Rolls-Royce engines, incredibly smart country, right? Just like Hitachi and just like Mitsubishi, all these other smart countries. Well, that's going to do the city of Leeds, 503,000 people. The component part, the reactor part, 16 metres high, 4.7 metres wide, will be online by 2029. If I had the comparison between that, 2029, it's the latest report. If I had the choice between that and what its equivalence would be, which would be thousands, not hundreds, thousands of wind towers, I know which one I'm going to take. If I went back to New England and said, look, I've got an idea, because we're fighting this war now. Around the town of Walker, 550 wind towers, they pathologically hate them. I'm about to get 20 within sight of me, as high as Centre Point Tower in Sydney. 40. There's not going to be one built at Manly Beach. There's not going to be one built at Cottesloe. And for that, we get the transmission lines. If you tell the people of New England, and I did the survey, do they want a small modular reactor or more wind towers? Guess what? Unsurprising. Guess which one they want? The small modular reactor. Small, but yes, well, and that also is wrong. How do you think nuclear submarines work? They're small modular reactors. So, you know, this is where you've got, just like we go through the facts of the ozone, diatomic, triatomic molecules, and what creates them, and how how UVB works. If you talk about the science, we'll get with the science, or get left behind by history. Ultimately, you're going to see small modular reactors in islands because it's so efficient. You're going to see them in Pacific Islands around the world, and we are going to get there. It will happen in Australia, inevitably. And when it does, we'll just be saying, yet another opportunity we blew.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Fremantle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this bill, which makes some further changes here in Australia to the way that we operate our ozone protection synthetic greenhouse gas management arrangements. All of those spring from the Montreal Protocol, which was agreed internationally in 1987, as other speakers have noted, and the Montreal Protocol responded to an environmental and atmospheric crisis when we discovered that a certain class of gases were contributing to the depletion of the ozone layer, which is critically important to the sort of the health of our environment and climate. And any time we talk about the Montreal Protocol and the successful global cooperative effort, it's impossible not to think about the relationship between that effort and the effort that we're all engaged in presently with respect to climate change and the Paris Agreement, because the Montreal Protocol was a case of the world in the 1980s realising that there was this crisis, that we'd had certain kind of industrial activity and certain kind of manufacturing and consumer goods produced that were putting gases into the atmosphere, and they were having a deleterious effect on the atmosphere that we would all suffer from, and something had to be done. And the Montreal Protocol was agreed to relatively quickly. Australia, under the Hawke government, played a very constructive role in seeing that determined, and it has been relatively successful. So it's a great indicator of how the global community can respond to those kinds of circumstances and lead us to a healthier and more sustainable and more environmentally protective approach that doesn't diminish our capacity to operate economies and manufacture goods and all of those other things. It's worth noting that as this new government in its first 6 months brings in this bill, which implements some further changes to improve our ozone protection synthetic greenhouse gas management arrangements. It flows on from a process that began under the former government. There was a review back in 2014. It was completed in 2015. And then the former government, responded in May 2016. Unfortunately, the final review report was never released, and for members, particularly new members, it's worth noting that in the previous parliament there was some legislation brought by the previous government that was welcome, and we supported it. It introduced some belated measures, I guess, amendments to the OPGGS Act, but at the time, and I made a contribution to that debate, at the time, the Assistant Minister in the former government said that it introduces most of the remaining measures announced following the review of the program, but not all. And we didn't know at that point what the others might be, as I say, because the final review report was never released. So I'm guessing that with the new government having had a look at the final review report, those changes are now flowing through lickety-split into the bill that we consider here to make those further changes, and they are important. It's also worth noting, back on the kind of the analogy, I guess, between our response to the HFC issue and the ozone layer issue, that as with climate change, from Australia's point of view, it wasn't just the case that we shared the view of many countries that the depletion of the ozone layer was unacceptable and something needed to be done about it. We did take that view, but one of the things that became plain for Australians in the 1980s was that there was actually a hole in the ozone layer over the Antarctic. So the ozone layer in our part of the world had suffered more significantly than elsewhere around the planet, and that was more than likely going to have a particular effect on us. And I can remember as a teenager then that people were taking hold of the likelihood that skin cancer rates and things like that would more than likely increase and be even greater than they already were and continue to be here in Australia. So we had every reason to be a leading player in the formation of the Montreal Protocol, just as we have every reason to be a leading player in the response to climate change. And that somehow seems to get lost. As with the hole in the ozone layer, climate change will deliver harm and cost across the board. And I think with respect to the previous speaker, what seems to go missing all the time is the understanding that if you don't take action to deal with these matters, whether it's depletion of the ozone layer or a build-up of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere that lead to global warming and climate change and more frequent environmental and natural disasters, you are going to reap extraordinary costs, and they're going to be costs of every kind. They're going to be economic costs, but they're also going to be social, environmental and human health costs. Extreme heat is one of the most consistent killers that we experience environmentally, and not just in the form of bushfires or those kinds of events, but just in the ordinary way that extreme heat puts stress on the human body and leads to elevated death rates. Those are the kinds of things that we are seeking to avoid by being a constructive partner with countries around the world in dealing with climate change. Part of what this bill does is align the OPGGS Act, the sort of ozone depletion specific arrangements, with our commitments under the Paris Climate Agreement, because of course HFCs by themselves are actually significantly more potent in accelerating global warming and climate change in the atmosphere than carbon dioxide alone, some 3,000–4,000 times more potent. And so what we are doing, on track to have reduced our use of HFCs by 85% in 2036, that's part of our commitment, we're on that trajectory, is making a contribution to that effort. It's worth noting that while the Montreal Protocol was enormously successful, and it's right that we hold on to it and say, look at what the world is capable of doing and look at the leadership role that Australia is capable of playing, that the effort is not over. The newspaper articles have stopped. The discussion of the hole in the ozone layer is not part of our conversation, but the effort will continue under the auspices of the Montreal Protocol into the 2060s or to about 2060. And there have been fluctuations. I was actually having a look at some scientific literature in preparation for making this debate contribution, Deputy Speaker, and from time to time the available measure of the health of the ozone layer sort of ticks up or ticks down. So it's not as if that effort is somehow completely taken care of the issue. It's not as if we don't need to monitor it. I was actually happy back in 2015, before I was elected to this place when I was the Deputy Mayor of Fremantle, the United Nations Environmental Programme's Environmental Effects Assessment Panel, so it's a panel underneath the UNEP that actually has some specific scientific responsibility for looking at the Montreal Protocol and the management of ozone depletion. They held an annual conference in Fremantle, and I didn't have much warning about that. It's one of those things when you're involved in local government that you get told out of the blue, well, guess what, there's this significant international scientific group and they happen to be coming to your part of the world. Would you be happy to meet them and host them in the town hall and say a few words of introduction? But it was a great privilege. It was a great privilege to meet those people that came from all over the world down to Australia to talk about the work that they had done. So it's really significant that we continue to be sort of very forward-leaning in what we're doing because we have the capacity to do it and because Australian leadership on these things matters. It matters as a demonstration of our values and our principles, and of course it matters in the region where other countries that are less developed than Australia, but even more prone to the impacts of environmental and atmospheric degradation, look to us to do our bit and to show leadership and to take a kind of a proportional part of the task. In the late 80s, I should say, and early 90s, we had both the Montreal Protocol and the Madrid Protocol. The Madrid Protocol in 1991 was specifically about the environmental protection of Antarctica, and it was another instance of Australia taking a leading role. Even late in that process, there was a suggestion that a compromise might need to be struck that would allow certain kinds of activity, economic activity and mining and things like that in Antarctica in order to ensure that the agreement excluded the occupation and use of Antarctica for defence and security purposes. But Prime Minister Hawke and that Labor government, fairly late in the piece, took a bold reading, a bold interpretation of what might be possible, and really turned the tide of those negotiations to the extent that not just defence and security, but also economic activity and mining was excluded from Antarctica. So I think, here we are. It's 35 years on from the Montreal Protocol, 31 years on from the Madrid Protocol. We should look back at those agreements and take heart. We should look back and say that the Australian government, the Australian community and the global community was able to rise to the challenge of very, very serious environmental crises in a positive and constructive way that effectively put the world on a more sustainable footing and avoided what would have been, frankly, quite catastrophic harm. Now, if we could do that 35 years ago with the resources and the technology that we had then, I don't know on what basis we would say that we're incapable of responding to the challenges that we have now. And certainly that's the view that this government takes. That's the view that the Minister for Energy and Climate Change takes, and the Minister for Environment and every other member of the executive. We are absolutely capable of doing the things that are in this bill and the things that we committed to at COP27 and through our increased emissions reduction target and energy transition arrangements that we're putting in place. We are 100% capable of not just doing our part in the necessary energy and greenhouse gas emission task, but of showing leadership. And I think the fact that we've kind of got ourselves into an unhelpful political trough on those kinds of issues in the last 10 years is a denial of Australia's essential character. I think Australia's essential character is to have confidence in our capacity to be innovators, to have confidence in industry, in science, to have confidence, frankly, in our political institutions, and to look at these challenges that are specific to us, because we will be more affected than climate change than many other countries, but are at the same time something that the entire planet needs to wrestle with, and find ways to be part of it rather than finding ways to excuse ourselves from it, to find ways to say, oh no, that's not possible. There was earlier in the week in this chamber, there was another member essentially suggesting that energy transition and climate change action was akin to a cult that involved the sacrifice of virgins and various other quite bizarre things, Deputy Speaker. That is not consonant with the Australian community's down-to-earth, can-do, common sense, get on with it approach to tackling big and serious problems. This government, while it does the big things, like the commitment we made in updating our national determined contribution through the Paris Agreement and the things that we were part of COP27 the week before, we're also going to pick up some of the smaller things, some of the incremental things, as this bill does. As I say, the review that have led to these changes was now 8 years ago. The last government never released that report and took quite a lot of time introducing some of the measures relatively late in the last term. We supported those, but here we are in the first 6 months of this government. We're picking up the rest of that task, and I hope that it's something that everyone in the parliament can support. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Beaumont.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Coalition welcomes the government's introduction of these three important bills, and there are two reasons why we are so enthused about these bills. The first is that the protection of the ozone layer continues to remain an important national and international goal, and the second is that the content of these three bills is almost exactly the same as the content of three bills introduced to the Parliament by the Coalition in December of last year. Unfortunately, the previous Coalition bills lapsed when the Parliament rose ahead of the May election, and we were pleased that the Labor Party is now following our lead by bringing them back to the Parliament. I want to pay tribute to the previous Assistant Minister for Waste Reduction and Environmental Management, Trevor Evans, a fellow South East Queensland Liberal, on the work he did in this place to advance these three bills. Mr Evans said in this place on the 2nd of December 2021, almost a year ago to the day, the reforms and various amendments in these bills are each minor on their own. As a whole, the package of reforms represents an important step in ensuring the continued success of this program for ozone protection and synthetic greenhouse gas management. The United States National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration recently reported, earlier this year, the overall concentration of ozone-depleting substances in the mid-latitude stratosphere had fallen just over 50%. So this is back to the levels that were observed in 1980, before ozone depletion was significant. This has been described as slow and steady progress by experts across the world. And over the last 3 decades, this has certainly been a cause of great success across the world. It's largely been attributed to international compliance and cooperation on controls on production and trade of ozone-depleting substances following the Montreal Protocol on substances that deplete the ozone layer. It's great to see this progress. However, it is important to recognise that we are still a long way from being able to claim that the issue of ozone depletion is resolved. The passage of these bills will encourage compliance and reduce the regulatory burden on businesses whilst ensuring that the standard environmental protection provided by the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Management Act remains high. On the subject of ozone layer protection, there has been consistent bipartisan agreement, and there's been a lot of fine work done by governments of all colours in Australia. This work started with the Hawke and Keating governments in the 1980s and 90s. This included their efforts to devise the 3 original acts that underpinned the Hawke government's decision in 1987 to make Australia one of the original signatories to the Montreal Protocol on substances that deplete the ozone layer. 1987 was a great year, Deputy Speaker. I won't make reference to anything else that was conceived and brought into this world in 1987, but I'll leave it there. That work has been complemented by the actions of each of Australia's federal governments since that time. The Abbott government, and I make note that they are unveiling former Prime Minister Tony Abbott's portrait downstairs shortly. The Abbott government decided in 2014 that it would be valuable to formally review the operations of these 3 acts and the accompanying Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Management Program, or the OPSGG. That review process, as well as some further suggestions more recently from industry and from consumers, has led to much of the content that we see in the bills before us today. We on this side find it quite humorous that the Minister, in her second reading speech and in her media release, decided not to acknowledge any of the work undertaken on this review and this legislation by people on this side of the political aisle. Sadly, there has been no acknowledgement of any of the work undertaken by the former coalition government in the development of these important bills. Instead, the Minister has tried to pass off these bills as her own achievement, born of the Labor Party's superior virtue, some bills that have been magically brought forward out of the Labor government's wellspring of moral goodness. But given the level of ozone depleting substances in the mid-latitude stratosphere has fallen back to 1980s levels, can I encourage the Minister to perhaps return to that 1980s spirit of bipartisanship and cooperation that enabled so many important reforms, including our participation in the Montreal Protocol. The bill contains sensible changes based on the conclusions of that review that was started back in 2014, as well as on comprehensive consultation with stakeholders by the former government. And there's been many varied stakeholders who've had an input into this process, and I'll name just a few of them. We've got the Air Conditioning and Mechanical Contractors Association of Australia, the Air Conditioning and Refrigeration Equipment Manufacturers Association of Australia, Ausgrid, the Australian Aluminium Council, the Australian Institute of Refrigeration, Air Conditioning and Heating, the Australian Refrigeration Association. I could go on, that's just the A's, it's quite a long list, but it includes most of the major stakeholders, or all the major stakeholders and consumer groups. And it's important to note the breadth of the previous government's consultation, and that's of course what makes strong legislation in this place. If we consult widely, if we take on good ideas and develop it into good policy. And I think that contrasts strongly with the government's current IR bill, which is being debated in the Senate as we speak. Rushed legislation leads to poor outcomes, and good consultation leads to good results. This parliament should thank all these stakeholders for their constructive contribution to these changes. It is also important to note the number of recommendations that the review process that were already legislated way back in 2017, which seems a lifetime ago now. These bills now address many of the remaining recommendations, and they also reflect various further changes subsequently suggested by businesses and consumers following those legislative changes back in 2017. In the main, they give expression to a series of sensible administrative changes. The bills will ensure that even more efficient operation in the future of the 3 relevant Ozone Protection Acts, as well as the enhanced regulation through the OPSGG program. Of the regulation of the manufacture, import, export, use and disposal of ozone-depleting substances in Australia. And I go back to the bill's objectives here. The closing the Hole in the Ozone Layer Bill is principally aimed at modernising the compliance and enforcement arrangements associated with the OPS-GG program. It's inserting into law various OPS-GG program obligations that are currently imposed only by licence conditions, and also provides a greater clarity around licence and exemption requirements, as well as increasing the time permitted for businesses to submit reports and pay levies. And I know that was one of the key outcomes of the consultation, one of the key recommendations made by those stakeholders. The bills also provide for the removal of caps on the levy rates for the OPS-GG program, the creation of a capacity for the manufacturer levy rate to be more flexibly set and adjusted by regulation rather than just through legislation. And we've seen how long it takes to get legislation through this place. I believe this bill has been in and out of the notice paper many, many times. My speech here is all dog-eared, given how many times I've pulled it in and out of my folder. The creation of the the delegation to senior departmental officials of the power of the Minister to grant exemptions to levy payments, and the abolition of the levy applied to the importation of ODS equipment in recognition of the fact that it is now only possible to bring such equipment into Australia in circumstances where no alternative equipment is available. These are all highly commendable actions, and I commend the bill to the House, or the bills to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I should say. The member for Adelaide, not the whole city of Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to support these important bills. And these bills are an important component of things that will help Australia reduce our hydrofluorocarbons in the atmosphere. And importantly, they will help us meet our recently introduced emissions reductions targets. Deputy Speaker, there's many in this place that can remember when the world first started speaking about the hole in the ozone layer many decades ago. And I think we can all recall it. Now, for many Australians, that would have been the first time that environmental threats had actually become real. It would have resonated with people that there was a real threat, as you know, the ozone hole seemed to affect us more than other geographical locations around the world. In fact, there was things saying the hole is right above Australia that we were hearing. And so for all of us, the term hydrofluorocarbons entered into our common vocabulary. It became part of our language at that particular point. Now, hydrofluorocarbons are a greenhouse gas as well as an ozone-depleting gas. And what these bills do, it will implement our obligations under the Montreal Protocol on substances that deplete the ozone layer. So, Deputy Speaker, this treaty is one of the most successful treaties we have seen. Every country has become a signatory, and which is why it's been so successful in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And it also shows that with global collaboration, with countries working together internationally, we can achieve so much. And we understand this, Deputy Speaker, on this side of the House, and you would have seen the member for the Climate Change Minister attending COPs, having international discussions last week or the week before, and that is part of talking to everyone around the world on an international scale so we can reduce emissions. So, Deputy Speaker, we're taking real action to protect the environment, to tackle climate change, and after the recent years of natural disasters aggravated by climate change, I think Australians are asking for real action. That's what I'm hearing in my electorate. That's what I heard during the campaign before the election, and that's what I've been hearing for a number of years. So this government has made a commitment to reduce our emissions by 43% by 2030, and we are delivering. We are delivering. We saw our bill go through the House recently. We've already passed our climate change bill through the Parliament, and through these bills that are here before us today, we will continue to phase down emissions and hydrofluorocarbons in our atmosphere. And this is part of meeting that target. It's critical, in fact, to meeting that target. We know that HFCs are dangerous greenhouse gases that are 4,000 times more harmful to our environment than carbon dioxide. So this will improve the effectiveness and efficiency of the ozone protection and synthetic greenhouse gas management program, and will continue to keep it strong. We know that protecting the ozone layer, Deputy Speaker, is absolutely paramount to the well-being of Australians and the Australian environment. So this is an important program for Australia as it implements our international obligations under that Montreal Protocol that was signed on substances that deplete the ozone layer. Now, the Montreal Protocol, as I said, was one of the most successful climate change treaties internationally that has demonstrated success in protecting the ozone layer and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And I remember back then, when we first started talking about the hole in the ozone and this particular issue, where people were saying it could never happen, it might not be able to happen, but we proved that it can happen. We proved that working together on a united front around the world, we've seen the effects. So thanks to the efforts of all those countries, the ozone layer is projected to recover by the middle of this century. So that goes to show that by taking action years ago, we've actually turned it around, and now it's going the opposite way, which is a positive for the environment. Deputy Speaker, this continues Labor's history as governments that take action on global climate issues. Now, Australia, as we heard earlier by the member for Fremantle, under the Hawke governments, was instrumental in gaining this agreement by all parties to the Montreal Protocol to the worldwide phase down of hydrofluorocarbons in the late 1980s. And under our Albanese Labor government, Australia will re-establish our international leadership role on the environment. The global phase down of HFC production under the Montreal Protocol is estimated to prevent the equivalent of 420 gigatons of carbon dioxide being released into the atmosphere by 2100. And Australia is on track to reach 85% reduction in our consumption by 2036. So we're proud to work alongside Australian industries as it moves to alternative technology and manage environmentally harmful chemicals to minimise emissions. Now, in the refrigeration and air conditioning sector, we saw industry work together, and Australia has a world-leading approach to manage these substances from import through to the supply chain and in use with the economy and then at the end of life. Australia is also an established product stewardship scheme to collect used refrigerant that turns these potent greenhouse gases into harmless salty water. And Australian industry is crucial to the way that we engage with our Pacific neighbours as well. Our companies have been partnering with the Pacific to assist their phase out of ozone-depleting chemicals as well. So by working constructively with our neighbours, we can move away from refrigerants that damage the region. Changes in this bill lay the foundation for future additional initiatives to reduce synthetic greenhouse gas emissions and also to assist Australia to meet its 2030 target. Deputy Speaker, we have wasted no time since coming into office to tackle the environmental and climate challenges that the previous government ignored. And I'm so committed to protecting our environment for our children and our grandchildren and for the sake of this planet. Deputy Speaker, we're investing $1.8 billion for the environment, and we're reforming the national environment laws and protecting 30% of our land and 30% of our oceans by 2030. And we will finally and properly respond to the Samuel Report of the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999. The government is also developing a full response to the independent review of the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act. In the interim, $117.1 million will ensure assessment and compliance activities continue while broader planning is undertaken to improve the system, and we will deliver on our election commitments by making the environment a real priority again. We can no longer deny that Australia is in the midst of an extinction crisis. And when you see some of the reports that have come out, for example, this is why I welcome the Threatened Species Action Plan towards zero extinctions launched by our Environment Minister. The State of the Environment report identified that we are the mammal extinction capital of the world. The government's responding with strong actions and targeted spending through the Saving Native Species program, and we're also taking concrete steps to address climate change and our energy transformation. Deputy Speaker, we are delivering a long overdue investment to make energy cleaner, cheaper and more secure, and to create jobs in new industries and the regions, and on top of that, cutting emissions by doing so. The international fossil fuel crisis that's been triggered by Russia's illegal war has shown Australia the consequences of a decade of underinvestment in the cheapest form of new energy, and that's renewables. The proof of that is that when there is a crisis, if we had invested in renewables, if we had clear energy policies for the last 10 years, we may not be in this position now. And that's why we're investing $20 billion in low-cost finance for the urgent upgrade and expansion of Australia's electricity grid at lowest cost. This will unlock new renewables, increase the security of the grid and drive down power prices. And under the National Energy Transformation Partnership, we'll have the first national plan between the states, territories and the Commonwealth to keep the lights on through Australia's massive energy transformation. And we are committed to working with First Nations people to address the challenges ahead. So we'll be delivering cleaner, more affordable energy to households and businesses and become a renewable energy superpower, and ensuring we take advantage of the job and investment opportunities that have been missed for so long. Deputy Speaker, these are not lofty goals. These are absolute necessary steps that governments must take. And we, as I said, have wasted too much time already. We know previously, the last 10 years, we were stuck in a quandrum where there were so many different energy policies, and we saw the then government not being able to agree on them and change them every so often. So if you're investing in renewables, why would you when there's no certainty? And that's what we want to make sure, that there's certainty, so we have investment in these renewables and that we secure Australia's energy needs and at the same time lower emissions. So, Deputy Speaker, I for one will not waste the opportunity I have as a Member of Parliament, and I'll take every opportunity to support real reform and real action. And that's why, Deputy Speaker, I'm so pleased to support these bills, as my colleagues are. They will implement the remaining recommendations from the 2016 review of the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Program. So these bills also update the Act to include Australia's climate change obligations under the Paris Agreement, and this will help us further regulate harmful chemicals being released into the atmosphere. They improve compliance and enforcement by refining existing criminal offences, and they also introduce new offences and civil penalties to cover the non-compliance relating to the import, export or manufacture of ozone-depleting substances. Deputy Speaker, I commend the bills to the House, and let's ensure that future generations don't look back and accuse us of doing nothing to save this planet.
I thank the member for Adelaide for his contribution. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak, of course, in support of the Cognate debate on these bills, which, of course, update and modernise the legislative framework that we have in place to ensure that we are meeting our objectives under the Montreal Protocols. And I'd just start by reflecting on how significant that agreement was in 1987. I agree with other speakers that, to my knowledge, it's probably the first really significant international agreement on the protection of the atmosphere. There are other agreements and treaties that were as significant prior to that around things like the protection of Antarctica, etc. But I think that this agreement was the first time that nations were coming together and agreeing that there was an environmental problem that needed action taken, that the nations signing up to that agreement would have to do significant, meaningful things to meet their obligations under the signatory of those of that treaty. And so this was a real milestone moment, and I certainly acknowledge the Hawke government's role in obviously being in power in Australia at the time, also the Reagan administration and the Thatcher administration. Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher. Margaret Thatcher in particular doesn't get as much credit as she should for her achievements environmentally, and the Thatcher government's strong support of this and leadership on this was significant. Other things, the Thatcher government, the legacy of the Thatcher government, particularly around coal in the United Kingdom, which the Labor Party bitterly opposed in the 1980s, is seen as spectacularly prescient now, probably in the 2020s. But I won't digress into that debate. But it was a really significant milestone moment for global mature leadership on an environmental issue, that being the discovery of depletion of the ozone and holes in the ozone layer, ones that had direct impact on Australia and, of course, also equally significant global impact, particularly around the Antarctic hole and the risk at the Arctic as well. So it was a very significant thing for the government to sign up to, which of course the then opposition supported. And I think we've had the last nearly 40 years or 35 years since the signing of that protocol is one of the best examples of bipartisan policy in an important environmental area that 35 years later is showing to have been remarkably successful. Not that the job is finished, but that we are very happy with the progress that we've made and that we're on track to achieve our objective, which is at this stage to, I think it's by 2050, scientists indicate that at the current rates of the protocol's implementation, I think in 2016 they observed some of the first really positive signs of the closing of that hole seasonally, and taking us back to a pre-1980s status for the ozone layer. And in 50 and then 2065, I think we're on track by 2065 to have completely addressed the issues of ozone depletion that have come from hydrofluorocarbons through man-made industrial activities. I think it's also important that those of us in the coalition, when we have the opportunity to speak on these environmental bills, reassert the very important point that it is an inherent conservative attribute to care about conservation and the environment. It is inherent within those of us that hold conservative views that the protection of the natural environment in all its forms is something that we should have as a very significant priority in policies that we develop, in debates that we have in this place and other places, and that it is very important for Liberal and National parties, who are the conservative force in this nation, to also assert and meet those assertions with concrete examples and concrete actions that we are committed to conservation, to the protection of the environment, to the protection of the future of all those that inhabit this planet of ours, and that it is an inherent conservative attribute to recognise that we have a custodianship over the planet, and that the impact that humankind has, where it's a negative one, needs to be properly and adequately addressed, and that these challenges are global ones, and that one of the most important things we can do is engage in and participate in global efforts like the Montreal Protocol being one of the first great examples of this, global efforts that see us as a planet meet some of these challenges. And that's obviously the issues with ozone depletion, We're a very important precursor to the challenges that we have, obviously, with climate change as well. And that needs a global response, and other speakers have outlined some of the framework that is already in place and that needs to be in place in the future on that challenge. So we strongly endorse these bills. They, of course, emanate from the previous government, and we were, I commend Greg Hunt and the work that he did as the then minister in this area. I know that there's something that are not disputed within the chamber. We know that they will continue to make sure that the legislative framework in meeting these significant challenges is in place, and I, on that basis, commend the bills to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Swan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise today to speak to the Ozone Protection Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Amendment Bill. This bill is another chapter in the successful environmental policy story. It's a story that starts with scientists realising the impact that ozone-depleting substances such as chlorofluorocarbons and hydrochlorocarbons have on our ozone layer. Scientists around the world were finding these substances were depleting the ozone layer. These scientists also knew that these substances in the Earth's upper atmosphere absorbed ultraviolet radiation. Too much UVB is linked to skin cancer, genetic damage, immune system suppression, and reduced plant productivity. Ozone depletion was presenting as an existential threat to our planet. When we look back on the story of the phasing out of ozone-depleting substances, you could be forgiven in thinking that it was just accepted by governments and the community after the establishment of scientific consensus on the subject. But I think that we should remember that between the University of California scientists discovering CFCs were depleting the ozone layer in the 1970s, the establishment of the Montreal Protocol in 1987, there was opposition. DuPont, who I'd like to acknowledge has changed its tune on CFCs since the 1980s, ran a hard campaign against the science on the harm of CFCs. It was a campaign of denial and delay. DuPont took out an advertisement in the New York Times in 1975 saying, "Should reputable evidence show that some fluorocarbons cause health hazards through depletion of the ozone layer, we are prepared to stop the production of the offending compounds." The reason for this comment, they didn't believe that CFCs were depleting the ozone layer. The chair of DuPont thought that it was science fiction. As the evidence mounted, the response came to delay action. DuPont created the Alliance of Responsible CFC Policy in 1980 to appear as though self-regulation was the key to keep the conversation away from the needs of government action. They took cues from the Reagan administration, and environmentalism wasn't a priority, so chemical companies dropped their research into alternatives to CFCs. When the government deprioritised the environment, it sent a signal to markets that it also shouldn't prioritise the environment, whether that would be CFCs or climate change. But we all know that President Reagan changed his mind. So what happened? The public weren't willing to accept inaction when the potential risks were the end of life on our planet as we knew it. The evidence was clear, after all. In 1985, British scientists discovered a hole in the ozone layer above Antarctica. The link between CFCs and ozone depletion and the harm it caused became irrefutable. The President reassessed his position, spoke to experts and led a bipartisan push for international cooperation to phase out CFCs globally. What came out of this was the first universally accepted treaty on the environment. The Montreal Protocol was signed 17 years after the link between CFCs and ozone depletion was made. Somehow, at the height of the Cold War, Prime Ministers Margaret Thatcher, Bob Hawke, Mikhail Gorbachev, Ronald Reagan, and even Kim Il-sung of North Korea could all agree that we needed to act upon the science. Since 1987, every Prime Minister has continued to support the Montreal Protocol, and Australia has met or exceeded all of its targets under this agreement. Because if we acted early, we could reverse the damage. But we would have to make changes. Industry needed to change. They knew that there would be costs, and this is why some campaigned for inaction. Consumers also needed to change their behaviour. In 1988, Prime Minister Hawke wrote to premiers and chief ministers about the hard task ahead to phase out CFCs, stating that it was important that all practical steps are taken to reduce the emissions of ozone-depleting substances. He did this because it was important we had an effective national strategy on this important environmental issue. The Montreal Protocol sets out targets to reduce usage and eventual phase-out of ozone-depleting substances with an implementation date of the 1st of January 1989. Because of the harm of substances, they had more stringent timelines for the phasing out, such as HCFCs, which were seen as a transitional halogenated hydrocarbon and given its longer phase-out time. There was also an acknowledgement that the phase-out would be easier for some countries rather than others. I am reminded of Minister Bowen's experience at COP27, where the Egyptian President Sami Shukri approached Minister Bowen to talk about an agreement on what the financing of developing countries would be needed and where funding might come from and what mechanisms would deliver it, such as the World Bank. A multilateral fund was established to support developing countries that are party to the Montreal Protocol. This funded things like converting existing manufacturing processes, education, training and access to intellectual properties and new technologies. Communities must be led and supported by governments that make major policy matters, whether it's inaction on climate change or the phasing out of ozone-depleting substances. There must always be a transition that supports workers and communities. Transitioning away from ozone-depleting substances is not a matter of set and forget. It must be a process of continual improvement, and this is a great example of this bill today. I note that Schedule 1 of amendments will insert a reference to Australia's obligations under the Paris Agreement. There cannot be a conversation about HCFCs without acknowledging that they are also greenhouse gases. Carbon dioxide has a global warming potential of 1, where reportable HCFCs under the ENGA Act are as low as 140 times that of carbon dioxide, but as high as 12,000 times more potent than carbon dioxide. Meeting our climate targets will have a dual benefit while we are also phasing out HCFCs. This needs to be acknowledged, and I commend the amendment for the bill for doing so. I also recognise that this bill overhauls the governance processes that continue to meet our targets. Ensuring financial stability of the ozone protection synthetic gas program means supporting industry to understand their legislative obligations and better oversight over its legislative enforcement. This bill achieves this in simplistic terms by removing caps on the levies of ozone-depleting substances, also removing the existing levy on existing equipment that can't be phased out at the moment, and also making other minor amendments to the machinery of the Act. Our original ozone protection legislation is about 33 years old, but successive governments have improved upon it and have brought it to the form which we discussed today. This has been done in a bipartisan manner, and I'd like to acknowledge the member for Fairfax for celebrating this, and I'd like to make it clear that the bill before us today originates from the previous government. I commend them for this work, and I commend the Minister for the Environment, the Honourable Tanya Plibersek, for making legislation a priority in the 47th Parliament. This public policy success story inspires me. It gives me hope that as we have our fight against climate change, that we'll come together and cross party lines at all levels of government and all nations to act in humanity's best interest. The catastrophic impacts of ozone depletion were discussed in years, not decades. It caused higher rates of skin cancer than those living under the hole. That's something that was particularly felt here in Australia, but it acted as an impetus for change. It meant that a delay of 17 years between the science and action. But we know about the effects of greenhouse gases in our climate since the 1960s. Average global temperatures have continued to rise since the Industrial Revolution, and we're starting to see the impacts of this. As the effects of climate change are felt at home and abroad, we should remember the success story of the fight against ozone-depleting substances. We should continue to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions in a way that is informed by science and done with the support of communities through a just transition and ideally in a bipartisan manner. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is important legislation. It's important because it updates the legislation and regulations that have been in place for nearly 4 decades and that reduce the hydrofluorocarbons that are released into the atmosphere. And with respect to this particular legislation, it's important because it not only streamlines the process for businesses and makes compliance for them a lot easier, but it also adds some additional enforcement measures that are needed as a result of changes over those last 4 decades. Mr Deputy Speaker, as other speakers have quite rightly pointed out, hydrofluorocarbons, or HFCs, are dangerous greenhouse gases that are around 4,000 times more harmful to the environment than carbon dioxide. As a driver and signatory of the Montreal Protocol, Australia has a responsibility to not only enforce the agreed protocol standards, which have had a positive effect in closing the damaging hole in the ozone layer, but to also ensure that we're on track to meeting the objectives of those standards. However, the reality is that whilst we have done pretty well over the last 4 decades with respect to applying the standards and closing the hole in the ozone layer, we can't be complacent. And that's particularly so when there is an ongoing considerable use of HFCs, and then therefore increasing threats of changing climate and more frequent natural disasters associated with the extreme weather events. So, as we see the climate change and we see the risks increase, it's more reason why we should make sure that whatever measures we have in place are as effective as they could be and as effective as they were 4 decades ago. And understanding and accepting that climate change is real, the Albanese Labor government has set its an emission reduction target of 43%. And also increased investments in renewable energy, whilst at the same time, only recently, as we saw on the world stage, taking a very active role in global discussions with respect to climate change and the initiatives that arise from those discussions. In fact, the Conference of the Parties that was held in Egypt only a couple of weeks ago just highlighted that Australia is again back at the table, raising these issues and taking a leadership role with respect to them. Mr Deputy Speaker, international unity is undoubtedly required if we're ever going to do what we should be doing with respect to the response on climate change, and global efforts have to be embraced by everybody, and it's only through global efforts that we will get the outcomes that I think all of us would like to see. And my view is that there are also extensive opportunities for countries that embrace the changes that need to take place. Labor also understands that many of our near neighbours are particularly at risk of the effects of climate change, and that Australia, along with the other countries, has to show some leadership in respect to this issue, particularly when one considers, and I refer to a very recent report that I saw, that Australia, according to that report, has the world's highest per capita rate of emissions. And therefore, as a country with a high per capita rate of emissions, we should be the ones setting an example of what needs to be done, albeit that in the scheme of things, I accept that there are others that will argue that our total emissions only amount to just over 1% throughout the world. That might be so, but the fact that we have a high per capita rate still puts an incredible onus on Australia to do the right thing. Mr Deputy Speaker, COP27 concluded, and there were indeed a long list of recommendations that arose from that. Many of those recommendations have never been talked about, but I went through them, and there's a long list, and I commend all of the participants at that conference for coming up with the recommendations that they did. And it's my view that there is overwhelming global consensus that climate change is real, and that those countries that want to live in the past and let others do the heavy lifting will be left behind. My view is that fossil fuel technology is yesterday's technology, and whilst fossil fuels will continue to be used during the transition years ahead, the countries that do not transition will quickly find themselves isolated and sidelined. Most countries, I believe, understand that, and overwhelmingly corporate business, investors and the finance sector understand that. Mr Deputy Speaker, we know that HFCs are predominantly used in refrigeration, and refrigeration is essential in the world today. Economic growth, food production, transport and storage of food, household demand and the places where people work will cause a growth in refrigerants unless new technology is developed. If new technology is developed, then we might see a decline simply because of that. And so a global phase down of 80% of HFCs by 2047, in accordance with the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol, will be a real challenge. There's no question about that. But that is a big ask, because in addition to the 80% reduction, there will be a projected 25% increase, or an extra 2 billion people in the world today, by 2047. That additional 2 billion people will add to consumption throughout the world, and a growth in consumption per person also adds to the additional release of carbofluorocarbons and, in fact, greenhouse gases more broadly into the atmosphere. You compound that because there is a growing middle class, and I think it puts into perspective the real challenge we all have ahead of us with respect to managing the amount of greenhouse gases that get into the atmosphere. Yet at the COP conference, and even looking at the recommendations, I saw very little said about rising consumption and population growth. Sustainable Population Australia put out a discussion paper that was prepared by Ian Lowe, Jane O'Sullivan and Peter Cook. It was launched only last week. I commend it to members of this House as something worth reading, because it does, in my view, beautifully summarise the issue additional consumption and population growth will have on climate change. Of course, we can be a lot smarter in how we live and the way we live and how we produce food, the processes we use, how we preserve food, and so on. And I have to say, with respect to all of that, Australian farmers have shown great leadership, and I commend them for that. I believe that they are, in many cases, ahead of the rest of the world with those matters. But reductions in emissions, whilst global population and consumption is growing, is extremely challenging, and meeting those targets will require lifestyle changes, innovation and commitment from all parties concerned. The State of the Climate Report 22, launched just last week by the Minister, who's in the chamber with us now, and which I think beautifully summarises the state of our climate right now, prepared by the Bureau of Meteorology and the CSIRO, highlights the climatic changes we are confronted with, the devastating effects of those changes and the risks to humanity and the environment if we fail to respond. And I'll just quickly summarise some of the key points of that report. Firstly, concentrations of greenhouse gases are at the highest levels seen on Earth in at least 2 million years. Australia's climate has warmed by an average of 1.47 degrees since 1910, and that is in the last century, effectively. Sea surface temperatures have increased by an average of 1.05 degrees since 1900. Snow depths and the snow cover and the number of snow days have decreased in alpine regions since the late 1950s. Global mean sea level has risen by about 25 centimetres since 1880. Half of this rise in the last 50 years alone, since 1970. Ocean acidification around Australia continues to rise, and again we've heard the comments and reports about the Great Barrier Reef in particular only in recent days. In South East Australia, there has been a decrease of about 10% in April to October rainfall. All of these changes change the way we need to live on this planet. Mr Deputy Speaker, in closing, my view is this. The facts are now clear. The risks are clear, and indifference to the reality of climate change will create greater devastation in the years ahead. A multi-pronged response is required, and this legislation, in my view, is a critical part of that response. For that reason, I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the Minister for the Environment and Water.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker. It's my pleasure to sum up the government's position on the ozone protection and synthetic gas greenhouse gas management reform, closing the hole in the ozone layer bill 2022, the ozone protection and synthetic greenhouse gas import levy amendment bill 2022, and the ozone protection and synthetic greenhouse gas manufacture levy amendment bill 2022. I want to thank all of the speakers who have made a contribution on these important pieces of legislation. This legislation will ensure the ozone protection and synthetic greenhouse gas management program can continue to achieve important environmental outcomes and emission reduction outcomes. This legislation will improve the effectiveness and efficiency of the program and reduce the burden on business. The continuing success of the program is vital both to protect the ozone layer, which protects Australians, our environment and agriculture from excessive ultraviolet radiation, and in reducing greenhouse gas emissions to protect the climate. The Montreal Protocol showed that global environmental cooperation was possible. When we look back on the Montreal Protocol, it really is a shining example of what nations working together can do. It showed that we could overcome national self-interest and the tragedy of the commons, and it showed that through sensitive diplomacy we could find rational answers to our most difficult collective problems. Today, every nation in the world, 198 nations, are parties to this agreement. Because of the Montreal Protocol and the actions our government is taking, the hole in the ozone layer is closing. That is so very important for our environment, but it's also very important for human health as well. According to the US Environmental Protection Agency, the Montreal Protocol will prevent 443 million cases of skin cancer. It will prevent 443 million cases of skin cancer. It will save 2.3 million lives from this terrible disease, and it will prevent 63 million people from developing eye cataracts. And they're just the figures for the United States. Imagine extrapolating that globally, and you think about the huge relevance of these figures for Australia, given the impact of the hole in the ozone layer in Australia, given our propensity here for things like skin cancer and sun-related cataracts. It shows how important this is for the human health in Australia as well. So I want to thank the House for the support we've seen for this legislation and commend the bills to the House.
And I thank the Minister. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. There being no more speakers, I'll put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Clerk.
Second reading. Bill for an Act to amend the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Management Act 1989 and for related purposes.
A message has been received from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purpose of this bill. If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I'll put the report question immediately. The question is that this bill be reported to the House without amendment. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2, Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Import Levy Amendment Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
Thank you. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Minister. Is the motion seconded? You can just put the question that the bill be read a second time. Okay. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Oh, sorry. All those of that opinion say aye. Again, say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is now, the clerk.
Second reading. The bill for an act to amend the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Import Levy Act 1995 and for related purposes.
I'll try that again. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. And I give the call.
Sorry. You've just put the question. We're just.
If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I will put the report question immediately. The question is that this bill be reported to the House without amendment. All those of that opinion say aye. Again, say no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 3. Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Manufacture Levy Amendment Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those of that opinion say aye. Again, say no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Second reading. The bill for an act to amend the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Manufacture Levy Act 1995 and for related purposes.
If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I'll put the report question immediately. The question is that this bill be reported to the House without amendment. The clerk? Okay. All those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day. Broadcasting Services Amendment. Community Radio Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
And we finally got there. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Coalition recognises the important, essential and critical role community radio broadcasting plays throughout Australia and especially in the regions. When in government, we provided a funding increase of an additional $4 million per annum over 2 years in the budget 2021-22. And this was on top of the existing funding of a little over $16 million per annum, which we continue to provide from 21-22, bringing total yearly funding to just over $20 million for those 2 years. The Coalition Government also extended the licensing arrangements for Australia's 2 remaining metropolitan community television broadcasters, Channel 31 in Melbourne and Channel 44 in Adelaide, for up to 3 years. And I know the late Paul Neville, the member for Hinkler, would have certainly spoken on this debate in his time in Parliament, because there was no greater champion of broadcasting rules, of community radio and community broadcasting than the late Paul Neville. And there, I suppose, are 2 great disappointments in mentioning this, and that is the fact that Paul Neville didn't receive his Order of Australia Medal whilst he was alive. He received it posthumously, and also the fact that he doesn't carry honourable in front of his name, or didn't carry it after his political career or indeed during it, because there are many people who are bestowed the title of honourable, and it's a thing probably only politicians really regard highly these days. But if ever there was an honourable member of Parliament, it was the late Mr Neville. and he was never a minister, more's the pity. He was never given the great privilege of serving in an outer ministry or indeed a cabinet, more's the pity, but he gave such remarkable service to this parliament over so many years, and we remember him, we respect him, and we honour him always. I'm glad the Communications Minister is in the room, is in the Federation chamber for this debate. I wish her well in her role, and she and I entered the parliament in 2010, and I have the greatest respect for the member for Greenway, and I also admire the way she has come to my electorate and said that she is going to do what she can about mobile phone technology, and we indeed went to a place not far from West Wyalong. We also then ventured on to a place further west to talk about what we could do together in a bipartisan way about mobile communications, about communications in general. And I, as I say, I earnestly and honestly wish her all the very best in her role, because regional Australia needs the very best of communication services. And I know, and she'll disagree with me now, that when we did take over in 2013, NBN was a bit of a mess, it was, and we did what we could to make sure that we made the best of what was there at the time. And we certainly, I know, also funded 900 mobile phone towers, installed them in fact, and promised another 400, which hopefully, and I'm sure due to contract arrangements, etc., will eventually be delivered and on this government's watch. So, but I wish the member for Greenway well in her ministerial responsibilities. I do community radio a lot. Some might say I have a good head for radio, but indeed I talk a lot on Snowy Mountains, the sounds of the mountains in Tumut. Now, it's not in my electorate; it's in the member for Eden Monero's electorate, and she knows that I've got a fortnightly spot. And I don't go on there and be partisan. I do not. I go on there and talk about all of the things that are important in our area. And whilst it mainly covers the area in Eden Monero, such as Tumut, the Snowy Valleys, Tumbarumba, even into the member for Indi's electorate through Corryong and the Upper Murray area there, I think we have a division.
Order. A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Riverina on continuation.
Thank you, Speaker. And as I was saying before the division in the House of Representatives, I speak every fortnight on Sounds of the Mountains, which operates out of Tumut, and I speak with David Eisenhower, who needs recognition, not just in this motion, but for the work he did during the Black Summer bushfires to keep people informed, to keep the community up to date, and to keep Australians alive. And David is like me, spent much of his youth in Junee, and he still goes back there every year to MC the annual show. He still contributes mightily to the communities outside his now hometown, and that shows the measure of the man. And yesterday, he and I, both before we got on air and whilst on air, were discussing, was this week, we're discussing the 80th birthday of Yvonne Braid, who was the face of Riverina Radio, Wagga Wagga's 2WG, for many, many years. Started in the front office, worked her way up to the managerial role, and Yvonne lit up a room when she walked in. She was not necessarily on air, but she indeed served that station, 2WG, so very well when it was owned locally, like many radio stations or many commercial radio stations. They're now operating out of capital cities, but back in the day, in the halcyon days of radio, 1970s and 1980s, when 2WG was king of the airwaves, when the likes of Jeff O'Brien and Peter Marnie and award-winning journalist Damien Ryan were on the mic, behind the mic, broadcasting to their known universe. They were heady days, and Yvonne Braid was very much working her way up the chain to that great managerial position she occupied for so many years. But not only Sounds of the Mountain in Tumut, but there's Tem FM in Temora, which I speak on regularly, Valley FM in Forbes and Parks in the north of my Riverina electorate, Gold FM in West Wyalong, 2AAA FM and Life FM in Wagga Wagga, 2YYY Radio in Young, PHFM in Peak Hill. There's many more, but they're the ones that spring readily to mind. I know 2AAA FM in my hometown received support through the previous coalition government with a $9,373 grant under the Stronger Communities program to install a disabled access ramp at its Young Street studio. And it might seem a lot of money, but for that community radio station it meant the world of difference, because it meant that those presenters, indeed those people who were going to be interviewed, could gain better access to that hillside studio. The 2AAA FM website says the station is the brainchild of Stuart Carter. It had its beginnings in June 1978 when a handful of people gathered to discuss the idea of establishing the city's own community radio station, and Stuart presented the group with a working paper entitled Community Radio is People. Community Radio is People. That IS was capitalised because he wanted to emphasise that it's all about people, and that's indeed what community radio is all about. And after a licence hearing in October 1980, 2AAA was granted a licence by the Australian Broadcasting Tribunal, now called the Australian Communications and Media Authority, and the first official broadcast of 2AAA was on Friday, 31 July 1981. It was a red-letter day for Wagga Wagga. It ran for 54 hours from Friday until Monday, and in those very embryonic years, 2AAA transmitted from temporary premises in the Australian Arcade on Fitzmaurice Street. It relocated to its own premises in November 1982 on the corner of Young and Coleman Streets. Now, I referred earlier to Sounds of the Mountains. It is a not-for-profit, just like so many are, community radio station. It covers the Snowy Valleys, Cootamundra-Gundagai Regional Council areas. That is a council about to be de-amalgamated, thank goodness, but that is an area of their broadcast listening area that I represent, and as I said earlier, into North East Victoria. It operates 24 hours a day and is staffed by a combination of paid and volunteer locals. And volunteers make up, wait for it, 80% of the team. 80%. And I know, Deputy Speaker, Member for Sturt, how fondly you spoke of your own radio stations in your part of the world in your contribution last night. And like you, I have great memories and great experiences in more recent times of working with community radio people to bring about better outcomes for the people I serve, and I know you do too. The radio station is the locally recognised electronic medium for the immediate dissemination and distribution of emergency information. Without them, I said before, I wasn't over-egging it, people in particularly fire emergencies would die if they did not have those signals, those alerts, those updates, that information that are given on an instantaneous basis. And whether it's bushfires, whether it's floods, whether it's severe thunderstorm warnings, and particularly in regional areas, those thunderstorm warnings are so important for farmers to get their sheep into shearing sheds if there's going to be a cold snap or there's going to be torrential rain. Getting stock to safety is something which I suppose city folk don't probably ever consider. And you know you're in the bush when you click on the radio station and you hear that farmers and people are being urged to get their sheep indoors. You know you're in country Australia, and it's one of those only Australian moments, but it's fantastic. Sounds of the Mountains dates back to 2001 when the Tumut Shire Youth Council, and good on them, they made a request for a community-based radio station, and a steering committee was formed. And at the time, David Eisenhower joined the steering committee to coordinate the building, the engineering and the general compliance-based and local community-based implementation of the licence. And it began full transmission on the 3rd of August 2003. And I mentioned Valley FM. It's situated on the Parks Road in Forbes. It covers Parks, Forbes, Condobolin, Eugowra, those two communities I just mentioned, so beset by floods at the moment. I've been into war zones and never seen the devastation that I did in Eugowra just the other week. Quite extraordinary. But Condo, of course, is going through its own situation at the moment with the Lachlan River having burst its banks and causing mayhem and destruction and despair and heartache for the people in what is the very geographical centre of New South Wales. But also Valley FM covers Bogan Gate. Bogan Gate, a little community where Breaker Morant actually has a monument to him in the local park. Trundle, home of Australia's widest main street, which has the annual ABBA Festival. Tullamore, Tottenham, Peak Hill, Allectown, Bajerabong and others. Sounds like I've been everywhere, man, but that's what radio stations do. That's what community radio does. And I'm glad that this community broadcasting bill has been brought to the House, because anything that the government can do to improve broadcasting services, to improve indeed the lives and lots of people who rely on those radio broadcasts is to be commended. And we said when Labor came back into power in May that if there was good legislation, if there was good motions, if there was good bills, then we would support them. And that's why with this particular legislation being brought to the House, we do support it. And just getting back to Valley FM, the 9 people who run that station, they meet monthly, made up the committee of President Greg Whitworth, Vice President Gil Taylor, Secretary Jane Whitworth, Treasurer Joe Sidney, Coordinator Kevin Dwyer, who's also an announcer and life member. And I mention those, and I mention the life members to the station, Don Maguire, Bob Grant and Dawn Parker, because they deserve to have their names mentioned. They deserve to have their names recorded on Hansard. They don't expect it, but it's something that is nice, it's something that's appropriate, and they keep the airwaves going, just like Temora Tem FM, which covers Temora and Area Park. And I've had several interviews with Sandy Kosh, always interesting. They're very wide-ranging interviews. They usually are supposed to take about 10 minutes and they take half an hour, and Sandy's fantastic, like all the other volunteers are in these community radio stations. And its executive committee is made up of Chairman Ken Davis, Secretary Robina Moore, Financial Director Colin McCrone, with board members Mark Ribbons, Jean Groth and Hilda Bird. And I say to those people, thank you. Thank you for the service that you provide. Thank you for keeping the airwaves rich with your announcements, rich with your voices, rich with your presence, rich with your input, because community radio matters. It is about community. And when we've lost so many of our media organisations to outside influences, and even the journalists who come in and the people who work for them are not locals, community radio is. It's all about community. It's all about localism.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to join the member for Riverina in backing this bill. And I just note our thoughts, I'm sure the entire Parliament, our thoughts with the member for Riverina and his community as they battle the floods. And he's just shown how important community radio is in getting information out to where it's needed. And of course, I would put the ABC in the same basket there. Deputy Speaker, like the member for Riverina, I'm an ex-print journo. So I think it says a lot that you've got 2 old print journos standing up to speak on behalf of our brethren in community radio and the importance of community radio to local life. And that's what it's all about. It's about community radio provides a local voice, a grassroots local voice at the local level. There's no doubt that the world is awash with information, the internet, online radio stations, but the difficulty is curating that information and knowing who you can depend on. And I tell you what, if you turn the dial onto your local community radio station, you know you're hearing local voices with local information, and you'll find out what's going on in the local area. So, Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak in support of this important bill that is before the House. I'm a huge supporter of community radio and broadcasting services, and my electorate of Lyons is made up of regional and rural communities, and it is the community stations that keep these communities connected and informed in times of bushfire, flood and other natural disasters. And of course, just by the by, they'll have the local CWA on, they're just a good source of local information. What this bill does is provide certainty and clarity for these broadcasters through the licensing processes. Not very interesting, I guess, in terms of debate, but it gives us a chance to stand up here and all of us to talk in support of our fantastic community stations and the volunteers behind them. Community broadcasters faced uncertainty under the former government, which did ignore their calls for stability and funding. After all, community stations and broadcasters have done all they've done for Australians through bushfires, floods and COVID. They didn't get the certainty they needed. Well, they're getting that certainty now, Deputy Speaker. Community broadcasting relies on just over $20 million annually to maintain existing services and supports. Yet under the former government, this funding was due to drop to around $17 million over the forward estimates. I'm pleased to say that our budget, announced in October, includes an additional $4 million per year of ongoing funding for the program, taking total annual funding back to over $20 million a year. That's a really terrific result, and it gives these stations the certainty they need going forward. Deputy Speaker, every week more than 5 million listeners tune in to more than 450 community-owned and operated radio stations around the country, in the vast main staffed by volunteers, by people who are there just for the love of community. It includes 1.4 million listeners from non-English speaking backgrounds who are listening to broadcasts in more than 100 languages. What a testament to our country and our multicultural heart. Community radio provides local news, tells local stories and provides a platform for local voices and music. It promotes communities and it connects communities. Now, Deputy Speaker, I will admit some bias here, but as I travel around my electorate, I do often switch between local community stations, and I consider the quality of service and entertainment to be amongst the best in the nation. I know I think the member for Mr Wallace, I can't remember his electorate, he was talking. Sorry, Fisher. Thank you, member for Bonner. I know you're nuts, jeez. And he was talking about Sunshine. I think Sunshine on the Sunshine Coast being the #1 station on the Sunshine Coast. What an incredible achievement. But I've got to say, I've got some of the best in the nation, I reckon. On the East Coast, if you're ever up in the North East, tune into 93.7 Star FM, run by station director Blitz Grieg, so Blitz Grieg with a G, with his wonderful hosts Flash and Dave Barker. From contemporary music to the classics of the 60s, Star FM makes visiting the East Coast all the more special. And of course, with the Bay of Fires and Freycinet and the wine region, it's an incredible place to be anyway. Down in the Tasman Peninsula, I tune into 97.7 Tasman FM. From old-style rock and roll to country and jazz, Tasman FM gives a respect to our music greats, many of them from generations ago. And even with my kids, and to be honest, even if I don't know all the favourites, we often get to sing along when we're tuned in. A shout out to Ian, Mick, Pastor Keith and the team for the quality of service that they provide for the Tasman region across their number of show slots. Over in the Derwent Valley and Southern Central Highlands, you switch over to the community radio station of choice, 98.9 Tiger FM, run by a group of amazing local volunteers, including the President of the Tasmanian Legislative Council, Labor MP Craig Farrell MLC. He's the Board President, very enthusiastic Board President, and Tiger FM promotes the best that the Derwent Valley and Southern Central Highlands has to offer, and it's a lot. They do everything: music, news, opinion. They're in a very, very good outfit. In the Northern Midlands, you've got the choice of 95.7 Heart FM, based in Longford, and 87.6 Campbelltown Radio. Class acts of local radio service that provide great service and listenership, doing a really important job at the moment, Deputy Speaker, as we face a GP crisis in the Northern Midlands, and they're keeping people involved and up to date with local information. over in the Meander Valley, Tim and his team do a wonderful job keeping 96.9 MVFM running strong. That station has perhaps one of the strongest followings in the state, and I'm proud to be a sponsor of that great broadcaster, as I am of many of the others that I've mentioned. And swinging back down to Oatlands in the Southern Midlands, 97.17 MID keeps you entertained with a great range of hosts, including my friend Jamie Mav Menzie, who's a brilliant local DJ. He loves his country and western, and does a great job with his regular spot. Hey? Thank you, Member for Mayo. Well, I think that could be a cause of divisions, but anyway, with his regular spot, and of course there's the station legend John Hay, who's he's got the sort of the John Law sort of velvet voice on the microphone. I'll give a shout out while I'm here, Deputy Speaker, not in my electorate, to the University of Tasmania's student radio station, Edge FM, which has given many young journalists and student politicians the ability to cut their teeth and learn the ropes before heading out to wonderful careers across Tasmania and the nation. And they do like to give a hard time to us professional politicians, which I think is terrific. You get the hard questions, and we should be prepared to answer them. So Edge FM, they do a terrific job out there at UTAS. What's important for those of you who are not lucky enough to visit Tasmania more often, and it's very sad if you're not, is that all of these community stations are accessible online, and I strongly urge all members present to tune in to these great stations and listen to the wealth of knowledge and community that I do enjoy representing down in Tasmania. These stations are the heart of the communities they broadcast to. They provide quality service to the community, promote local events, and are there for people when it counts, including during times of fire, flood, and everything in between. I do love jumping on air with the local hosts and DJs and inflicting my own musical choices on them, and playing the latest hits and all the classics and communicating my work in lines. I try to play Droving Woman, the Kev Carmody classic recently, but I think it goes to about 10 minutes. And so it's a fantastic song, but it is long. Anyway, and communicating my work in lines and delivering vital information about what's going on in Canberra and across Australia. And I do know it's a sentiment shared across the House, and I know the member for Mayo is about to get up, and I'm sure she'll extol the virtues of community stations in her electorate. And so we're all here to support our community stations. I note that an immense amount of work has gone into this bill, and it's been developed in consultation with government and key industry stakeholders. And I do thank the Minister for Communications, Michelle Rowland, for her work on putting this bill before the House and ensuring that it's the best it can be to the benefit of community broadcasters and their listeners. And I would like to take just a minute to thank her staff and those in the department who work immensely hard behind the scenes for us and for the benefit of this great country and the people in it. They often don't get the recognition they deserve for the work they do, the technical work in putting these bills together, but it's really important. It helps, it just knits these programs together, and community broadcasting wouldn't be in the shape it is now, or the shape that we want it to be in the future, without people looking after the details in bills like that. And it's the staff who do that, so they often don't get the recognition they deserve for the work they put in. I commend the bill to the House, and I urge you all, anybody listening into this broadcast, maybe after I've finished speaking and perhaps after the member for Mayo has finished speaking, tune into your local community broadcaster.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Broadcasting Service Amendment Community Radio Bill 2022. Community broadcasting plays an incredibly vital service in my electorate of Mayo. According to Community Broadcasting Association of Australia, approximately 5.3 million Australians listen to local news, community information, music, talkback every week on more than 500 community broadcast stations across the country, 2/3 of which sit in regional and rural Australia. And I'd just like to give a shout out to some of mine. We're talking about down the South Coast, Happy FM, Flurio FM, Alex FM at Goolwa. Moving further up, we've got Tribe FM. They're based at Wollonga, and they share the licence with McLaren Vale's Triple Z. And then we have Lofty Radio as well, which is based in the Adelaide Hills. I'd also like to give a shout out to one that sort of stretches down, sort of leaks down towards, with respect to its licence area, and that's Coast FM, even though it's actually based in Glandore, which I think is probably in the member for Boothby's electorate, but the signal goes far, and Coast FM is where I got my start in community radio back in good old 1992 or 1993, a long time ago. And that's the thing, it's a great training ground for young people, and I was a young person back then. It's great for retired people as well. And what I see across most of my community radio stations is you have older people and you have younger people, and they're all coming together and they're all sharing and enjoying the time together of communicating with their community, whether it be talkback, whether it be radio. I actually had a country music station, country music program, award-winning program, I might just say, and that's why I had to correct the member for Lyons. The country and western is actually two kinds of music, but it's really important, and you have such variety on community radio, and you don't get that on your commercial stations. And I think a lot of people don't realise that when, for community radio presenters and producers, they do all the work themselves. If you are in a commercial radio setting, all you're doing is pressing buttons all day and reading out essentially the script that you're given. Whereas in community radio, it's far more fluid, it's far more dynamic, because it's all about what that individual programmer is doing and how they're connecting with their community. So really anything goes on community radio, and I love my community radio stations in Mayo. It plays such an important part in the lives of so many Australians, and I think we particularly felt that in Mayo during the bushfires in December 2019. It was actually our community radio stations that were providing, real on-the-ground knowledge, and this is particularly prevalent. Of course we have the ABC as well, but this is particularly prevalent and important for those who don't have other forms of communication. And certainly during the bushfires, we lost towers, and really it was essentially the radio. Now, I've been remiss. I have missed one radio station in my electorate, one community radio station. That's on Kangaroo Island. That's Kicks FM. And Kicks FM during the bushfires were extraordinary in their work of sharing information out with the community. So, aside from what's in my electorate, Mr Deputy Speaker, back in 2020 when I actually ended up driving here to Canberra because there were limited flights, at times no flights, and I wanted some staff to come with me. And I've got to say, it was community radio that shared the journey with me on that drive over here. When I'm back in my community, I'm sure, like the Speaker, I take time to go and spend time in my local community radio stations, share with them what's happened in this place. And it's great when I'm stopped by young people in particular who say that they learnt a lot more about the parliament and what really happens in here after the interviews, and it's great to be able to sit down and have that chat. It's also really good for local small businesses, because local small businesses often don't have a huge amount of funding capacity to spend in advertising, whereas becoming a sponsor of your local community radio station is affordable and you're directly connecting with other locals. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank the government for the additional $4 million that they've announced in this budget. I think it's a really welcome amount of funding. And what we need to do is ensure that there's sustainability of the community radio station network, because we've seen in my electorate that we saw the loss of Hills FM, and we actually haven't, even though the population's increased, we haven't seen an increase in the number of community radio stations, and certainly the northern part of my electorate could certainly do with its own community radio station. I do think what is going to be really important, though, is that for those radio stations that are on temporary licences, and I've got two in my electorate, being Triple Z sharing with Tribe FM, so they share that, it's like 50-50, they share the time together, so 3.5 days each. Moving over to permanent licences, I think we need to sort of look at each community radio station individually with their needs, because I think, from my understanding, for those to stations, it's a happy arrangement, and they've been able to make it work really well. And I don't want them to be forced down a certain licensing arrangement or even having a permanent licence and perhaps having to merge. So it's really important that we nurture community radio and make sure that those licences, and also, I've got to say, I don't know about other people's radio stations in their communities, but really most of the time these radio stations are run out of older houses, older buildings, older demountables. Most of the time, just getting the resources together to be able to afford a desk, soundproofing, let alone having turntables or CD players, or the digital equipment, it's incredibly expensive. And so having some more resources and more grants available to be able to provide our community radio stations with improved technology is really critical. I remember when I first started, it was two record turntables. I know CDs were still relatively new and exciting, but we had the old ABC desk that was really, quite geriatric in its application, but I'm sure we can do a lot more in this place, and it really is pocket change when we look at the budget with respect to sharing some money with community radio, because they really do get good bang for buck, because it's run entirely by volunteers. So I would just like to say, look, this is an excellent bill. I give a shout out to my local community radio stations, but those hundreds of community radio stations right across Australia. You are an excellent training ground. We've had so many stars in radio on commercial channels that started their life in community radio, and more power to community radio. I hope it's a medium that can grow and strengthen and prosper and flourish in the decades to come. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Perth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. 5 million listeners every week tune in to our community radio stations, 450 stations across the country, all doing wonderful community service, be it in times of crisis, during COVID, during bushfires, floods in communities unfortunately affected by those challenges, connecting multicultural communities, or providing that diversity that doesn't exist in the large commercial networks. And that's why I'm so pleased to be speaking on this bill, which gives further support and certainty to our community radio stations. What we know is that at the moment, the renewal process for licences for our community radio stations sometimes gives unnecessary stress or uncertainty. This bill delivers the certainty they need. It also makes sure that we no longer have that fear of the renewal process being a competitive process, which prevents stations from making some of those long-term investments and plans that they need. Also clarifying the powers of ACMA to make sure that when they're issuing new licences, they can do that with authority. Third, ensuring that there's flexibility for ACMA, so that they need to issue a temporary licence or to provide flexibility when they are looking at how they handle those licences, they have that power. And again, clarifying the powers of ACMA and the discretion they have to limit the number of temporary community broadcasting licensees that can share a particular frequency. Of course, there is nothing worse than driving, listening to your favourite station and having a level of interference, and this, again, protects from that happening. And it's backed in by an additional $4 million per year of funding, making sure that we have more investment in our community radio stations. That the member for Mayo so brilliantly outlined how well they do with so little funds. And we all know that our community radio stations make a couple of dollars stretch a very long way, because they're not just driven by a profit motive, they're driven by the motive of ensuring that they provide an essential community service. And in that, I want to pay tribute to the Minister for Communications, who is a very strong advocate for community radio, and I think that's demonstrated by the fact that she's chosen to be here for so much of the debate, but also in that she has fought for additional funding for community radio, and that her first piece of legislation that she's putting through this parliament is to back our community radio sector. And so, like many have done before me, I want to talk about the wonderful community radio stations in my electorate. The biggest community radio station in Western Australia is RTR FM. Founded about 40 years ago by students at the University of Western Australia. Why is it RTR? Because they thought that it was a pirate radio station, and so RTR FM was founded by the students of the University of Western Australia. And now, some 40 years on, they run more than 50 different programs every single week. They are a key partner of the Perth Festival, the biggest arts festival in Western Australia. They are funded by the community, and their radiothon each year brings in hundreds of thousands of dollars to provide this essential service. And I'd encourage anyone who wants to see why this station is loved so much to tune in to 92.1 FM or online at rtrfm.com.au. People do love this station in my community. It's based on Beaufort Street in Perth. It is part of the community. They are constantly holding community events. I was surprised to learn that their average listener tunes in for 11.6 hours a week. That's dedication. They have 42,000 people listen to their breakfast program every single day. Over each month, 262,000 people tune in to listen to RTR FM. And when it comes to the music that they choose to play, 73% of the music that RTR plays is from local Western Australian artists. It is the launching pad for so many bands and musicians in Western Australia. And to the team at RTR, I say thank you for that. They recently did a social impact survey which showed, quote, RTR FM is one of the main voices for arts and culture in Western Australia. And, quote, 85% say that listening to RTR FM makes them feel like part of a community, lessening that isolation and distance that has become too common in our community, making sure that we have stronger communities, making sure that we connect people, making sure that people feel like when they call in, they're actually talking to a friend on air. I've been proud to support RTR FM through the Stronger Communities program to give them new performance spaces for artists. I've been pleased to attend there with the now Leader of the House to talk to them about investing in the arts. I'm sure that I will, sometime in this term of government, be able to get the Minister for Communications in for a chat. And I've also been pleased to attend In the Pines with the now Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese. If I can encourage all members, if you find yourself on the West Coast, please do visit RTR FM. I'm sure they'll be very happy to have any member of this parliament on for a chat. And I do want to give a shout out to their chair, James Hall, General Manager, Simon Murado, presenter and a wonderful part of the Perth community, Danae Gibson. And even I learnt yesterday that member of the Press Gallery, Sarah Eisen, is a former volunteer at RTR FM, again showing that these community radio stations across the country are the training ground for some of the best journalists in this country. Now, I can also note that obviously it's well serviced by Amanda Coop from the Community Radio Network based here in the Press Gallery. In conclusion, I just want to also note some of the other wonderful West Australian community radio stations, including Radio Fremantle at 107.9 FM, Curtin Radio at 100.1 FM, playing everyone's favourite classics and definitely worth tuning into if you want to go back a few decades in time and listen to some wonderful classic music. I want to note 6 EBA FM, World Radio, based in North Perth in my electorate, and the sound of the northern suburbs, 89.7 FM, all wonderful community radio stations who I know want to see us in this place pass this legislation to show how much we support them. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I join with other speakers who have made it absolutely clear about the vital service that is provided by community radio stations right around the country. It's a service that, as again the member for Perth has just quite rightly pointed out, is provided by some 450 stations around the country. 5 million people tune in every week to listen to it, and importantly, services are provided in about 100 different languages. The Albanese Labor government clearly understands the importance of the service, and I commend the Minister who's here with us today for the allocation of an additional $4 million towards the provision of community radio across the country. My association with community radio goes back decades, and I was associated with the establishment of 5PBA FM in Salisbury, 89.7, many years ago. That station is still going strong, and whilst I'm on my feet, I commend Denise Guest, who for many, many years was the station manager out there until she passed away, and then for a few years later her daughter Angela took over and provided a wonderful service for the local community, a service that I was frequently asked to join in with, and I appeared on many of the programs there, and I'm indeed familiar with the range of not only presenters but the range of different programs that were provided to the wider community. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with respect to the services more broadly, can I just say this? Community radio does a couple of very critical things for us as a country and for individuals. Firstly, as again others have quite rightly pointed out, it provides a wonderful training platform for people who want to make a career out of broadcasting or similar type of skills and similar types of professions. But secondly, it also provides services at critical times to local communities, and in particular services for the 100 different languages that I referred to earlier on. And as a frequent guest on the Italian radio stations in Adelaide, Radio Italia Uno 87.6 and Radio Italiana 531 on the AM band, I know how many of the local Italian community listen to that station to get information about government services and the like. But importantly, it also provides the ability of people to tune in to information that is not generally broadcast on the mainstream radio stations. And I think that that is critically important, particularly when it comes to local communities. Again, as has also been raised with respect to this legislation, one of the issues that we often talk about in this parliament is media diversity. And through community radio stations, I believe that we're able to at least do something about trying to ensure that there is no absolute control of media in this country. And those 5 million listeners each week are listeners that might otherwise have had to only tune into the commercial radio stations and the like, which are dominated by certain players in the industry sector. And so, again, community radio does all of that. A couple of issues that I've noted in my time and my association with community radio. Generally, they're only able to access what I call the extreme bandwidths, the ones on the very edges, and so their reception is not terribly good outside of their immediate location. And that's something that I would like to see addressed, because I know that with some of those stations, they try to have a reach that goes beyond where they're broadcasting from, but unfortunately they quite often find it difficult. The other issue is clearly for community groups to try and get the licences, and that has often proven very difficult. If you put the licences up there just as a broad auction-based scheme, then it means that those with the money are more likely to get the licences than those without the money. And again, I think that creates problems for the smaller groups who have a wonderful service. They've got the best intentions at heart, but simply can't get a licence. But can I say, this legislation, and I don't want to hold up the debate any longer than necessary, I think goes a long way to making sure that the licences are administered and issued in a much fairer way. The whole management and process of getting the licences is streamlined, and I think that will make it so much easier, because I know from my discussion with the management committees of the radio stations that I've been familiar with, that sometimes that can be cumbersome, and I think that this process, as outlined in this legislation, will simplify the whole process for everybody. I commend the legislation to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thank the members who have contributed to the debate on the Broadcasting Services Amendment Community Radio Bill 2022. The government recognises the crucial role that the community broadcasting sector plays in connecting, informing and empowering local communities, particularly in our regions and among multicultural and First Nations communities. Over 5 million Australians each week relying on the diversity of programming offered by community radio. We want all Australians to have access to a vibrant range of news media as well as relevant local media where no one voice dominates political and social debates. Alongside our national broadcasters, commercial broadcasters and subscription broadcasters, community radio services provide much-needed diversity. They keep communities safe, engaged and informed. The bill will make amendments to Parts 3, 6 and 6A of the Broadcasting Services Act 1992 to provide greater certainty to broadcasters and support listener access to high-quality and diverse community radio services. There have been recent issues related to legal proceedings and the practical application of legislative provisions around community broadcasting licensing. These unintended outcomes have the potential to reputationally impact the community broadcasting sector. The 6 measures included in this bill are designed to address these concerns. Their successful passage through Parliament will have positive impacts for community broadcasters, listeners and the regulator, the Australian Communications and Media Authority. These reforms are consistent with the government's commitment to support the sustainability of the community broadcasting sector and better reflect its important role in the diversity of Australia's media and broadcasting environment. They are an important first step towards increasing access to high-quality, locally relevant news, information and content for all Australians. In recognition of the importance of community broadcasting across Australia, the government has committed funding in the federal budget and commenced a review into the sustainability of the sector. The budget includes an additional $4 million per year of ongoing funding for the community broadcasting program from 2023-24, taking total annual funding for the program to over $20 million per year. The review will identify further opportunities to improve the sector's sustainability in consultation with community broadcasters. This will inform future, broader-ranging measures which will examine what a modern community radio service should look like. This process could lead to more detailed regulatory changes in future. This bill demonstrates the government's continuing commitment to facilitating a regulatory environment in which community broadcasters can operate with ease. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those of that opinion say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Broadcasting Services Act 1992 and for related purposes.
If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I will put the report question immediately. The question is that this bill be reported to the House without amendment. All those of that opinion say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The Federation Chamber is suspended. The chair will be resumed at 4 p.m.
Federation Chamber is now in session and I'll call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 4. Death of the Honourable James Ellicott, AC, KC. Condolence motion, resumption of debate.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for, I've got to remember now, Wentworth. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to pay tribute to the former member for Wentworth, the Honourable Robert Ellicott, AC, KC. Although I may not have had the pleasure of meeting him, I knew him by reputation, and what a reputation it was. Born in 1929, he graduated from the University of Sydney with degrees in arts and law and was admitted to the bar in 1950. appointed a Queen's Counsel 14 years later, Solicitor General 5 years later after that, and then elected to Parliament in 1974. Within 6 months, he was a Shadow Minister, and a year later became Attorney General, the first and only time a former Solicitor General has held that office. After 2 years, he sensationally resigned on a matter of principle, but was returned to Cabinet 3 months later as Minister for Home Affairs, a position he held until his retirement from Parliament in 1981, after 7 years representing Wentworth. 2 weeks later, he was sworn in as a judge of the Federal Court of Australia. He later became a judge for the International Olympic Committee and then patron of Gymnastics Australia. This was a remarkably rapid and impressive career, but the record shows it was not a career based around personal advancement and little else. Bob Ellicott clearly felt strongly about Australia and used the offices he held to advance real change in our country. As a parliamentarian, he was a fierce advocate for policies that would genuinely improve the lives of those trapped in poverty, a force which, he argued, prevents people from realising their potential in a free society. As Home Affairs Minister, he laid the foundations for what became the Australian Institute of Sport and arguably did more to professionalise Australian sport than anyone else. And both as Attorney General and as a judge, he helped forge the field of Australian administrative law into what we know it today. Bob Ellicott made significant and lasting contributions to our national story and our national institutions, and he set a high bar for what the people of Wentworth could expect from their members. I think we, as Australians and as residents of Wentworth, are fortunate indeed that someone with his talent and the potential chose to devote so much of their career to public service and making our country a better place. This example of public service and public contribution is one I will bear in mind throughout my time in this place and beyond. Thank you.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Berowra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I was deeply saddened to hear of the passing of the Honourable Bob Ellicott, ACKC. He was an extraordinary Australian, as the member for Wentworth has outlined. Bob was a friend, a mentor and a personal hero of mine. I regard Bob as one of Australia's finest Attorney-Generals. Like his cousin Sir Garfield Barwick, he was what Clyde Cameron described as a radical Tory, someone who believed in Australia, its institutions and its traditions, but who wanted to achieve political, social and economic reform, and that's a tradition I'd like to associate myself with as well. Bob lived a full and active life and held 3 of the great legal offices of state. He was the second law officer and then the first law officer. He was perhaps that last echo of the generation of great barrister parliamentarians who wrote our Constitution. Bob was born and raised in Moree. He was the son of a shearer and turned wool classer. He was a barrister for 67 years. It's hard for most of us to imagine doing anything for that length of time, but he genuinely loved the law. And he only retired from practice when he turned 90. He appeared in many famous constitutional law cases, even after he'd been Solicitor General, including Tasmanian Dams, Sewin Hill, Project Blue Sky and SmithKline and the Commonwealth. Ellicott attended Fort Street High School, a school for gifted children from families of modest means. Like many in this House, his political career was fostered at university. He graduated with first-class honours in his law degree and with a Bachelor of Arts. Now, it might surprise those opposite that for 3 months while at the University of Sydney he was treasurer of the Labor Club, but the gulf between the club's philosophy of rationalism, well, they probably wouldn't, the gulf's philosophy of rationalism and Bob's Christian faith made him realise he didn't fit. Growing up, the success of his double cousin, the young barrister Garfield Barwick, was constantly talked about in his home. And of course that same Barwick eventually became Chief Justice of the High Court. As a child of the war, Ellicott became transfixed by the powerful oratory of Winston Churchill and John Curtin in radio broadcasts. And an instinctive fascination for public affairs was no less enduring. In the end, it surprised no one when Bob entered politics. Appointed Solicitor General of the Commonwealth in 1969 at the age of 42, his career as a great law reformer began. He was a member of the Kerr Committee, which established Australia's what was then called new system of administrative law, including the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, the Administrative Decisions Judicial Review Act and the Freedom of Information Act. These proposals were radical and far-reaching at the time and were significant in improving the rights of citizens in relation to the government and are a great legacy of that generation of law reformers. He argued Australia's case at the International Court of Justice, opposing France's nuclear testing in the Pacific. He unsuccessfully sought pre-selection for my seat of Berowra in 1972, when Tom Hughes QC, who instantly turned 99 last weekend, retired. He eventually was chosen by the Liberal Party to be their candidate for pre-selection in Wentworth in 1974. In the 1975 constitutional crisis, Ellicott issued a legal opinion saying the Governor-General had the power and the duty to dismiss the government if it couldn't obtain supply. As a former Solicitor-General, his opinion carried great weight. Throughout his career, Ellicott strongly defended the actions of Sir John Kerr and Sir Garfield Barwick during the Whitlam dismissal. Ellicott served in a number of ministerial portfolios in government. He is perhaps best remembered as being a reforming Liberal Attorney-General from 1975 to 1977. What makes Ellicott such a hero of mine is his greatest contribution during this time was the extraordinary political achievement of 3 successful changes to the Constitution. Now, it's to be remembered on only 8 occasions has the Constitution been changed out of 44 attempts. 3 of those belonged to Ellicott as Attorney-General. And what he said was the secret was that he had a series of constitutional conventions in advance of the referenda going forward. Giving Australia's history of referendum failure to have achieved these 3 amendments is extraordinary. He ultimately resigned as Attorney-General on a matter of principle following a dispute with Malcolm Fraser over what he regarded as interference in his ability to exercise the discretionary powers vested in the Attorney-General alone. Ellicott went on to serve in other portfolios in government where, among his disparate contributions, he helped advance self-government for the external territories, and if you visit the external territories, they still regard him as the sort of father of those territories. And he established the Australian Institute of Sport. As the federal member for Wentworth, he was also influential in the establishment of the Inner City Legal Centre. After politics, Ellicott served an all-too brief tenure on the federal court from 1981 to 1983. He was regarded as a very good judge, and in my view it's disappointing that he never graced the office of the High Court, where his talents would have been welcomed and celebrated. After this, he returned to the bar, as I say, where he practised till age 90. I got to know Bob through the Republic referendum in 1998 and 1999. He was critical of the model that was put up by the Constitutional Convention, which favoured a president elected by the Parliament as opposed to a popularly elected president. I also got to know him through discussions we'd had about the law over the years, and as conference convener of the Samuel Griffith Society, I invited Bob to give his thoughts on Indigenous constitutional recognition. It's fair to say he would have adopted a much more radical proposal than I or other members of the Society would have been comfortable with. He was a much sought-after after-dinner speaker, given his long experience in the law and public affairs. He embodied the living history of our country. In more recent years, I've spoken to Bob about issues dealing with Indigenous recognition, and only a few weeks before his death, he sent me a long paper he'd written about the Makarrata and the Uluru Statement more broadly. I'm honoured to follow in his footsteps as Shadow Minister for Indigenous Australians. Alongside the impressive legal and political career, Ellicott had a strong social conscience, which he showed in community service. Prior to entering Parliament, he'd worked as a Methodist lay preacher, and his family and faith were very important to him. He attended and contributed to the Borkham Hills Methodist Church while he was living in the Hills District. When he eventually moved to Elizabeth Bay, he worked with the Reverend Ted Knopfs and the Wayside Chapel, and eventually became chairman of Life Education Australia, which is primarily responsible for social and emotional learning in primary schools. Many of us remember a visit from Healthy Harold. Bob was also a devoted family man, devoted to his late wife Colleen of 70 years. No matter what variety, thanks so much, Kylie, that Bob had, Colleen would work hard behind the scenes, doing whatever it took to make it a success. Bob was very, very, very kind to me over the years. He was a man of great integrity and principle, a man of intellect and forethought. Today I speak of a diversity of achievement and a life well lived. I extend my deepest condolences to the Ellicott family, to Bob's children and their families, including his granddaughter Madeline, who's followed in his steps at the New South Wales Bar. May his memory be a blessing.
I thank the member. I understand it is the wish of the honourable members to signify at this stage their respect and sympathy by rising in their places, and I ask all present to do so. I thank the Federation Chamber.
I ask leave of the Federation Chamber to move that further proceedings be conducted in the House.
Is leave granted?
I move that further proceedings be conducted in the House.
The question is that further proceedings be conducted in the House. All those of that opinion say aye. And ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 5. Death of the Honourable Anthony Austin Street. Condolence motion. Resumption of debate.
As there are no speakers, I understand it is the wish of the honourable members to signify at this stage their respect and sympathy by rising in their places, and I ask all present to do so. I thank the Federation Chamber. Yes.
I ask leave of the Federation Chamber to move that further proceedings be conducted in the House.
Is leave granted?
I move that further proceedings be conducted in the House.
The question is that further proceedings be conducted in the House. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. That is carried. I'll call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 6. Death of John Michael Spender, KC. Condolence motion. Resumption of debate.
I call the member for Barara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to pay tribute to John Spender KC, lawyer, politician and diplomat, and it's a particular privilege to pay tribute to him in the presence of his daughter, the member for Wentworth. I only had the opportunity to meet John once when I was working at Australian Catholic University, and he was a visiting fellow in our newly created law school. While I didn't know him well, I wanted to say a few words about some of the things we had in common. It's two in particular that I think of, and I'm grateful for the member for Wentworth for pointing one of those out. I went to Cranbrook School in Sydney. To date, I had always thought there were only two of us who'd been to Cranbrook who served in this place. One was Dougal Munro, who was the Liberal member for Eden Monero from 1966 to 69. The second was myself. But the member for Wentworth tells me that her father, who served as the member for North Sydney, the Liberal member for North Sydney from 1980 to 1990, spent part of his years at our old school. So it's lovely to have that in common. John Spender came from a distinguished family. His mother Jean was a published author, and his father Sir Percy Spender was the principal architect of the ANZUS Treaty and the Colombo Plan, and like his son, served in the diplomatic corps as ambassador to the United States. When you think about the ANZUS Treaty and the Colombo Plan as two of the fundamental pillars of our post-war strategic policy, to have been involved in even one of them would have been remarkable, but to have been involved in both really speaks to the extraordinary service of Sir Percy Spender, and that service no doubt helped imbue his son with a calling for public service when he came to serve in this place. John Spender held a number of portfolios throughout his career, one of which was the Shadow Attorney-General, the role that I now have today. He was appointed to that role in 1985 by John Howard when he was Leader of the Opposition. Since being appointed to that position myself, I've actually appreciated the opportunity to better familiarise myself with his work from this period, and that's where I'm going to confine my remarks. John Spender launched the opposition's law and justice policy in June 1987. Now, it's interesting to reflect in a world where political parties' policies might be a few dot points on a pamphlet today. In those days, in the pre-fight back era, and at least until fight back, there were well-developed, philosophically argued policies, and that was certainly true of the Coalition's legal policy in 1987. It was a particularly important articulation, re-establishing the core values of the Coalition as we regrouped in opposition, and many of the tenets he outlined remain true today. It's particularly useful in outlining their approach to constitutional reform, an issue that was regularly debated in Parliament at that time, in having a look at some of those issues from my own perspective today. Like myself, John was firmly opposed to a Bill of Rights for Australia in those times. I went and read his speech on the proposed Bill of Rights Act, and it's worthwhile quoting some of the words that he used because I think they remain as true today as when he spoke of them then. He said, "The fundamental protections of human rights in our country are to be found in the courts, in tolerance and fair play, and in a sense of justice and a belief in democratic institutions, in support for the rule of law, in respect by the majority for the rights of others, and in restraint in the exercise of power. Where are these virtues so cardinal to democracies to be found in Russia, Afghanistan and Libya, all signatories to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights? The Australian Bill of Rights is a sham. To call it a Bill of Rights is to pervert the English language. It would be better described as a Bill of Violations." Similarly, he quoted the Chief Justice of Australia, Sir Harry Gibbs, who said that if society is tolerant and rational, it needs no Bill of Rights. If it was not, then no Bill of Rights would preserve it. In his time as Shadow Attorney-General, John Spender was opposed to radical constitutional change. When the Labor Party put forward the proposal of a brand new constitution for Australia without any detail, John Spender responded strongly, and I quote, "We do not need a brand new constitution, nor does the constitution need radical revision, nor is there any groundswell of opinion in Australia for radical revision. By their nature, constitutions can never be perfect documents, but over the years the constitution has served us well, and Australians traditionally and wisely have been suspicious of those who call for unspecified radical changes to our foundational law." John Spender stood strongly for the independence of our legal institutions. When the Labor Attorney-General Lionel Bowen requested the then Director of Public Prosecutions to halt contempt proceedings against the New South Wales Labor Premier Neville Wran, John Spender stood up because this action fundamentally undermined the rationale for establishing the independent Director of Public Prosecutions, which was to remove decisions about prosecutions from political interference. He saw his role as protecting Australians from the threats of organised crime as well. John Spender supported increased telephone interception powers for law enforcement in order to crack down on growing organised crime in Australia, to protect people from life-threatening situations. But it was important to him that these measures were paired with relevant safeguards to protect the misuse of such extraordinary powers, including increased penalties for illegal interception, and that such operations be accountable to the Parliament. This was particularly relevant when international terrorism became an issue of growing public concern in the 1980s. A terrorist attack by the Palestinian Liberation Front in 1985 saw the hijacking of the cruise liner Achille Lauro, and I remember this event so vividly in its absolute terror, with many Americans on board, and the terrorists grabbed and brutally murdered a 69-year-old Jewish man, Leon Klimhofer, who was in his wheelchair, before throwing his body overboard. In the wake of this barbaric act, John Spender travelled to the United States and was ahead of his time in calling for international action on terrorism, saying, and I quote, "The time is long overdue for concerted, highly organised and planned action by the democracies against international terrorism. Ad hoc measures are not enough to ensure the protection of our societies and our people who are in the front line." Sadly, although the vicissitudes of politics meant that he never got to serve as a minister, the former Prime Minister John Howard, who is enormously respected on our side, described him as a very good colleague and a very successful frontbencher. And of course, John Howard appointed him as Ambassador to France on coming to government. I wanted to take this opportunity to outline a few of the issues that John Spender pursued as Shadow Attorney-General, and also to take this time to offer my condolences to John Spender's family and friends, especially his wife Catherine, his stepson Alexander, and his daughters Bianca and our colleague, the member for Wentworth. I hope they continue to draw inspiration from the life of a very significant Australian. May his memory be a blessing.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the people of North Sydney to extend our deepest condolences on the passing of John Spender KC, former member of North Sydney and Ambassador to France. To John's daughters, Allegra, who now serves as the member of Wentworth, and Bianca, to his wife Catherine, and to all the others who knew and loved John personally, we are so sorry for your loss. John Spender was a distinguished politician and diplomat who was known for his intelligence, graciousness, courage and principles. He was a barrister for almost 20 years before entering politics like his father before him. From 1980 to 1990, John served as the federal member for North Sydney, and many in the community remember him well and fondly. He was Shadow Minister for Aviation and Defence under former opposition leader Andrew Peacock, Shadow Attorney-General under John Howard, and later Shadow Minister for Foreign Affairs. During his time in politics, John undoubtedly contributed to several important conversations on topics including tobacco advertising, Australia's relationship in the Asia-Pacific region, and equal opportunities for women in the workplace. He was instrumental in the passage of the Parliamentary Privileges Act in 1987, which now allows senators, members of Parliament and witnesses to speak freely in Parliament and provides some protections to journalists reporting on those proceedings. John famously broke with his colleagues to defend journalist Laurie Oakes for his reporting of bad behaviour in Parliament House. And as I stand as a current member of this chamber, I can't help but reflect he would be immensely proud of the actions that his daughter continues to take, the member for Wentworth, in this House, as we call out the behaviour even today. John also bravely crossed the floor during his first term in Parliament, voting to ensure that witnesses in the National Crime Commission would continue to be reimbursed for legal cost. This courage in the House is something that inspires many of us even today, and it speaks volumes to the fact that John Spender was a man of principle who stood by his beliefs. After leaving politics, John served Australia as a diplomat, building our relationships with France, Portugal and Cyprus. He was the Australian ambassador to France from 1996 to 2000 and was awarded a Legion d'Honneur by the French government for his work there. John Spender lived a rich and full life. As French ambassador Stéphane Romotet once put it, John lived at least 4 lives in one lifetime: law, politics, diplomacy, and of course his personal life as a beloved father and husband. John Spender has left a deep and enduring impact on our nation and on our community of North Sydney. And while I am now proud to sit on the crossbench with his daughter Allegra as the member for Wentworth, I know that even her presence in this place will not fill the gap that he has left. We know he will be sadly missed. Valet John Spender.
I thank the member. And on indulgence, I'd like to pass on my sympathies and my admiration for you having the courage to stay here and listen to that. I'm sure your dad would be very pleased. Okay. I understand it is the wish of honourable members to signify at this stage their respect and sympathy by rising their places, and I ask all present to do so. I thank the Federation Chamber. I call the member for Fraser.
I ask leave of the Federation Chamber to move that further proceedings be conducted in the House.
Leave granted?
Leave granted.
I move that further proceedings be conducted in the House.
I get a seconder?
I second the motion.
The question is that further proceedings be conducted in the House. All those of that opinion say aye. Against? That is carried. Call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 7. Death of the Honourable Peter Keyston Reith AM. Condolence motion. Resumption of debate.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Monash.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My experience of Peter Reith, of course, goes back to the very early days when he was pre-selected, elected and then lost within a few months before he even came to this House. I had a terrific friendly association with not only he but he and his brother and his first wife Julie as a Member of Parliament from 1990 to 93 and then subsequently in later years. Of course, I was able to see his performance in the House as the leader of the House, and it was a remarkable performance. It was a performance that had this friendly air about it. His natural stance of his face, or his countenance, was a smile. So even when he was attacking the Labor Party as hard as he possibly could, or the opposition, it was done in a way that was totally inoffensive, and it was done in a way that only Peter Reith could do it. His tall, loping body with his bent-over style that Peter was. And the last time I saw him was at Phillip Island on the foreshore with a friend of his, and I hopped out to say hello, and clearly he wasn't quite sure who he was talking to, but he finally recognised who I was, and we had a quick talk and discussion. He'd had a stroke prior to that, and now, sadly, Alzheimer's took his life. Others were far more closely involved with Peter as a backbencher in those turbulent days of reform after the election of the Howard government. And I had my first 2 years in the Howard government, from 96 to 98, when I was defeated again in that 1998 election campaign. And I was the only Victorian to be defeated in that election campaign, so it was pretty rough. And so my collegiate nature with a lot of my colleagues disappears overnight once you're not there. And so I didn't see Peter again until I came back into the House. But because he was my next door neighbour in my seat, we had quite a bit to do with each other in activities that politicians get together in the one party, and Peter was always a great friend. But also an even greater friend of Peter's was the former member for Eden Monaro, Peter Hendy. And Peter's written some notes about Peter that I'd like to draw to your attention, Deputy Speaker. And these are Peter Hendy's personal reflections on Peter Reith. Not mine, because I can't claim them, so they are Peter Hendy's. And Peter says, I originally met PKR when I worked as an economic advisor for Andrew Peacock, who was Shadow Treasurer, then Leader of the Opposition between 1987 and 1990. Peter Reith impressed me from the start as a politician who actually wanted to get things done in the public interest. He threw himself into big issues of the day, whether or not they related to the shadow portfolio he had at the time or not. Didn't matter to Peter. If the big issues were there, he was into them. Peter Reith was a big supporter of free trade and bringing down the tariff barriers. He helped push the Liberal Party to these positions in the early mid-80s and then urged supporting the Hawke government to start the process of tariff reform in 1990. That in itself a big contribution to economic reform in Australia. However, there was much more to Peter. Equally, Peter Reith campaigned for a GST and major tax reform well before John Hewson went with it in 90 to 93. He was the driving force behind this reform. Peter says, I worked with Peter Reith directly between 1990 and 93 when he was Shadow Treasurer. That was the Fight Back period that I remember very, very well because I was on the Fight Back committee. Hewson gets all the public credit for this economic reform manifesto, but it was equally the child of Peter Reith, and a lot of the intellectual strength of the document also comes from him. Fight Back didn't win the election, on the contrary, but it was slowly implemented by subsequent governments over the preceding 10 to 15 years and was the foundation of much of Australia's current prosperity. Peter Reith was an amazing, considerate and collegiate boss. He made sure that you felt that you were part of a team and not just working for him. Peter Reith was diligent and a very hard-working minister. I joined his office again as Chief of Staff in 1998 after having worked for 2 premiers in New South Wales Cabinet Office. In the former job, the premiers wanted ever shorter briefings. One even insisted that no briefing note could be longer than just 1 page. When I asked Peter Reith if he wanted this, he was aghast, and he said he wanted as much briefing material as was necessary to explain the issues. He was not afraid of the brutal workload of a Cabinet Minister. PKR was undoubtedly instrumental in workplace reform in Australia in the late 1990s that has stood the test of time. His strength and courage, he suffered death threats during the waterfront dispute, was inspiring, and as the result was that Australia subsequently enjoyed a world-class waterfront sector that strengthened the country's role as one of the globe's great exporting nations. Peter Reith was subsequently Minister for Defence, and I remained with him as Chief of Staff. He threw himself into fixing problems then plaguing the Collins-class submarines and any number of vexing questions related to equipment purchases, from helicopters to missiles. It was a time of the deployment of troops into East Timor, and at the end of the term we had to confront 9/11, the invoking of the ANZUS alliance and the invasion of Afghanistan. He met with world leaders and played his part in diplomacy between China and the US. When we visited Washington, DC in early 2001, despite Defence Minister being his main job, the PM delegated him to help persuade the new Bush administration to commence a free trade agreement negotiations with Australia. So he also played his part in that significant policy result. When he decided to retire from politics in 2001 election, Peter Reith told me simply that he had now been a Cabinet Minister for 5 years. He had made his contribution. If he thought staying around would result in the Prime Ministership, he would. However, he reasoned that John Winston Howard would retire after the 2001 election. Wrong. And that Peter Costello would take over before the 2004 election. Wrong. And he would miss out. So relaxed in his own skin, he thought it was time for new adventures. I regarded Peter Keatston Reith as my mentor. He was never shy in giving frank and helpful advice as the years went on. He remained incredibly interested in public policy and in my future roles as CEO of ACCI, the ACCCI, 2002, and Chief of Staff, the Leader of the Opposition, 2008, and then as an MP and Minister in Government, 2013-16. He was always on the phone with interesting angles and perspectives on the issues of the day. It was very sad to see him impacted by the stroke he suffered in 2017. There was so much more to his life and career, but these are some brief personal reflections. He will be sorely missed by his friends and family. Peter Hendy, November 16, 2022. I've seen many members come and go since my first time here in 1990. And Peter Reith, his friends and family couldn't have been prouder of his contribution that he made not only to this parliament, to this nation and to world affairs. I think Peter Hendy's words today about his friend Peter Keatston Reith sums up briefly a life that was well lived with a great contribution to his family, his community, remembering he was first a councillor, then a mayor at Phillip Island, and he went on to do great things from small beginnings. Vale, Peter Keatston Reith.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Flinders.
Thank you. I rise to speak to the great loss to Australia of the former member for Flinders, the Honourable Peter Reith. Peter was a beloved grandfather, father, husband, brother, and as we've heard, friend and respected colleague to those who had the good fortune to serve with him in this place. As the current member for Flinders, I have the unique privilege of acknowledging his legacy as my predecessor and remembering his passionate service of the people of our wonderful electorate. I also personally have a lot to thank him for. As a young industrial relations lawyer practising at Cause Chambers Westgarth in my 20s, I was sent to Canberra as a secondee to work on the Howard Government's workplace relations legislation More Jobs, Better Pay Bill in 1999. Peter was then my minister and later my Liberal Party friend and colleague. He has always been someone I have held in the highest esteem. The More Jobs, Better Pay Bill built on the reforms of the landmark Workplace Relations Act of 1996, and in his second reading speech for that 1999 bill, as Minister for Workplace Relations, Peter said, "The next phase of workplace relations reforms builds on the objects of the 1996 system that we now know has worked well. They propose important amendments that are necessary in light of experience to improve the operation of the system, entrench its gains and extend its benefits more widely throughout the workforce. They were reforms I was proud to contribute to." It is perhaps fitting that we speak to Peter's legacy in workplace relations in this place in this week. Were he here today, he would decry the great leap back into the industrial era of the 1970s, to which those opposite would condemn Australian businesses. Peter was a fine lawyer, a graduate of economics and law at Monash University, and he fine-tuned his skills as a solicitor in Melbourne before opening his own practice in Cowes, a then quiet village on Phillip Island, which was at the time still part of the great electorate of Flinders. One of my constituents, William Vickers, was a law student with Peter at Monash University and remembered him fondly as the warrior he was then from the very beginning. Recently, Bill wrote to me, "Peter and I were fellow students at Monash Law School during the tumultuous years of the Vietnam War. He was a lone voice in tax lectures, supporting the High Court under Chief Justice Barwick in its interpretation and application of Section 260 on tax avoidance schemes. Naive, ideologically driven students like me argued constantly with him about tax avoidance, Vietnam, conscription and student protests at attempts to introduce parking fees on campus, among many other issues. But what I respected even then about Peter, before I matured, of course, and became a tax-paying Liberal Party supporter, was his endless capacity to engage in debate with respect, logic and a willingness to listen. Capacities not seen today in so much of the public debate and social media sewer. Bill goes on. Years later, we would meet at different forums in my professional capacity and share a few laughs about our student days. He signed a book for me with a typically pithy and good-humoured comment on those early interactions at Monash. He was a rare combination of intellect, old-fashioned personal values and belief in public service that stands in stark contrast to many inhabitants of our current political class, whether federal or state. Peter's political career began in the Young Liberal movement. He launched into elected office shortly after his move to Phillip Island. Elected to the Islands Shire Council, he became Shire President in 1981. On Phillip Island, Peter helped establish the local school of New Haven College and a penguin research facility. This helped save the local penguin population and gave the community a thriving tourism attraction which so many of us know and love. Who didn't find solace during lockdown in the live feed of the penguin run from Phillip Island? We have Peter to thank for that. Peter won the Flinders by-election in December 1982, following the retirement of Sir Philip Lynch, whose roles as Minister for Army, Leader of the House and Deputy Liberal Leader Peter would later go on to emulate. Peter held the seat against the odds, but lost it shortly thereafter in Bob Hawke's early 1983 election. He hadn't even been sworn in yet. But Peter returned to the seat of Flinders in 1984. When he finally got to make his maiden speech before the House, he described Flinders as one of the great places in Australia to live and enjoy. And I may well be biased, but of course I could not agree more. He took his role in Flinders more seriously than many of the other roles that he held in this place. In fact, I just had the fortune to run into Ross Hampton in the corridor, and he told me that no matter who he was with, unless it was the Prime Minister, Peter would take every call from a constituent in Flinders, whatever else he was doing. More importantly, he promised to represent the people of Flinders at that time to the best of his ability, and a promise he kept firmly for the next 17 years in Parliament. He left an immense political legacy. His astute mind for policy was reflected in the offices he held as Shadow Minister, from IR to Education, Foreign Affairs and Defence, Education and Sport and more. Peter was an effective and dynamic manager of opposition business. Nevertheless, his most memorable achievements occurred under the Howard government, where he held ministerial responsibilities for industrial relations, small business and defence. He was a consultative cabinet minister and a trusted confidant of Prime Minister John Howard. By colleagues and opponents alike, he has been remembered as a rare politician who combined conviction, courage and charm, a stalwart of the Liberal Party, a magnificent and untiring soldier, and a minister of true quality.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I want to join all others in paying my respects and my thanks to Peter Reith. I think the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition and everyone who's followed have spoken eloquently and to the point about what made Peter such a great person, and the current member for Flinders has just supported all those speeches with a magnificent address herself. I just wanted to talk a little bit about Peter Reith, the man that I knew. When I first became a candidate seeking election to the Parliament, I went and saw Peter to get his advice and to seek his support. And I've got to say I was incredibly nervous going to see Peter because he was someone that I looked up to and admired. Because growing up in rural Victoria in the 70s and the 80s, industrial relations had been at the heart of the battle that farmers had fought against a militant union movement that had held Australia back year after year after year, had diminished productivity in our nation. And in particular, they'd done that by crippling our wharfs. It meant that everything that we wanted to export, and you've got to remember, when it comes to Australia, more than 60% of what we produce in agriculture we send overseas to market, so it goes through those ports. That if you're crippling those ports, crippling productivity in those ports, you're actually crippling the heart and soul of regional and rural Australia. And so to see Peter Reith take on that battle and take it on in a way that showed immense courage, but also doing so in a way that he knew that ultimately would lead to productivity gains at the ports that would enhance Australia as a nation, and never lost sight about that. It wasn't ideology for ideology's sake. It was knowing that your convictions will actually lead to improving the lives of others that drove him. And he set about that task and he achieved it. And the thing about it was, he got great support from his Prime Minister, but not always from his colleagues. And it's a good lesson for all of us on our side, that when the going gets tough, always unite around the person who is doing the tough things. Because it's very easy to pull back and to sort of say, oh, they might be making a bit of a mess about this, or I could do it better. But when someone is actually striving to improve this nation for the better, collectively we should always back and support them. But Peter Reith fortunately had the impeccable, strong support of his leader, and he did not take a backward step. And our nation is all the better for it. And I know that Peter would now look at what has happened in the last 2 weeks through the industrial relations changes that have been made through this government, and would shake his head, because they are not going to improve productivity in this nation. And in particular, and this is something that we need to keep a close watch on, it's actually going to do real harm to productivity at our ports. And that is going to hurt our nation and potentially set back even further the great work that Peter did. So I've lost a little bit of track there, but that was the man that I looked up to and knew and admired and followed. And when I went and saw him, I came across someone who was humble, respectful, and just keen to help. And I can't thank Peter enough for the support and advice that he gave me. Now, in the end, he ended up with his family, with Kerry, buying a weekend retreat in my electorate in the Stony Rises near Camperdown. And to give you a sense of the man, whenever there was a Camperdown branch meeting and he was in the Stony Rises, he'd come along. Now, the Camperdown branch meetings, you know, we'd have 15 or 20 people there, we'd have a meal, and he would come along and he would just add his support, his advice, his wisdom. He never wanted to dominate the discussion. He never wanted to say, I've been there, done that, I know what's best. He just came along and just wanted to participate and contribute like every other ordinary branch member. Now, that to me shows the calibre of the man. Someone who had achieved the greatest heights, and yet after having done all that was still willing to just come along and help at the grassroots level. No airs, no graces, didn't want to be revered, didn't want to be giving the guest lecture or guest speech. He just wanted to come along and support and help the cause. And I had the great pleasure also of getting to know, through Peter's sister Janet and her husband David. And they became great supporters of mine. And I want to say to Janet and to David, I've really been feeling for you the last few years, because it has been incredibly tough for you and all the family. But you, I have no doubt, got your strength and your ability to deal with those tough times through the sheer admiration that you had for Peter and the sheer love you had for him. Yep. And Janet, I'll never forget at State Council this year, being able to have a chat with you about how tough things had been. And we exchanged views on how sad it is to see a loved one just disappear before your eyes. And that conversation will always stay with me. And the courage you showed in that conversation said to me that Peter was in great hands when he passed away, because he had love and support of a family around him. And for anyone who's been through watching someone they love die before them, I think the greatest thing that you can have with you when that happens is the love and support of family around you. And it must have given great comfort to Peter to have that love and support of Kerry and his sons and of his broader family. Peter was an extraordinary man. It was my immense pleasure and joy to have known him. He's someone I will continue to admire for the rest of my days. Australia has lost a giant. We are the poorer for it. But he gave every moment of his life to improve the lives of those around him, and he should be absolutely commended for that.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Berowra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's such an honour today to speak about Peter Reith and to follow the excellent contributions of my friend, the member for Monash, the member for Flinders, the member for Wannon, and to be the warm-up act for the member for Riverina in speaking about what somebody that the member for Wannon quite rightly describes as an extraordinary Australian. Peter was a great hero of mine. I think he's the most complete parliamentarian ever to set foot in this building. And I had the pleasure of knowing him both during and after his career. What marked Peter out as extraordinary is that he had the rare combination of both policy and political skills. Some of us are great policy wonks. Some people love the fight. He loved both and was good at both. He was always prepared to argue and fight, but he was one of the greatest original thinkers of his time, and this continued even after he left Parliament. His role in defeating the unnecessary 1988 referenda during his time as the then Shadow Attorney-General was immensely important, and his campaign ensured that those referenda suffered the worst defeat of any referendum in Australia's history. Throughout his entire political career, he remained at the vanguard of policy formulation for the Coalition. Now, although the 1993 election was unsuccessful for our side, his work as one of the principal authors of Fightback set up the Coalition for success during the years of the Howard government. The policy gave them an agenda and a set of principles that saw more choice, greater freedom and greater use of markets. However, what Peter was best known for was his work in industrial relations reform. Peter always sought three things from his industrial relations reforms: more jobs, better pay and more productivity for the economy. These things were better for employers, they were better for workers and they were better for Australia overall. The Australian workplace agreements that he proposed were very important in achieving productivity during that period, and his reforms set us up to provide the flexibility in our labour market to see Australia weather the storms of the global financial crisis and COVID-19. His tireless campaign to achieve changes on the waterfront came at great personal cost to Peter himself and his family, but he was ultimately successful. Peter Reith was lucky that at that same time he had as a partner the businessman Chris Corrigan, who was prepared to fight alongside him to achieve the much-needed reform. And it's to be remembered there was a number of crane lifts on the waterfront where the numbers were something of the order of fewer than 10, and then as a result of Peter's reforms they went to more than 20. And the MUA would go on strike for all sorts of strange things. There wasn't the felt on the pool table had been ruined, off they'd go and strike. This took an extraordinary toll, but these reforms took an extraordinary toll on both men. The threats to Peter Reith and to Chris Corrigan by the Maritime Union became so severe that Chris Corrigan and his family were eventually forced to go into hiding overseas. Peter also needed to have close personal protection for the rest of his time in Parliament. However, the work of these two men was essential to ensure the Australian economy continued to function. We are an island nation, and we need our ports to work reliably and efficiently, and without these reforms, that would never have happened. I want to acknowledge that personal cost I spoke about, and particularly speak about the Corrigans for a minute. I had the privilege in the years of the waterfront dispute of serving on Wallara Council with Valerie Corrigan. She was easily my best mate on the council, and she's Chris's wife. And the threats that I saw to her family and what they had to endure were extraordinary. And I just want to acknowledge their bravery and the bravery and steadfastness of the Corrigan and Reith families. Outside the industrial relations sphere, Peter made a very valuable contribution to policy development, both throughout his time in government and opposition. Other reforms, even at the height of the industrial relations dispute, he made significant achievements as the Minister for Small Business. inventing the New Deal Fair Deal Workplace Agreements package. He implemented the unconscionable conduct provisions in the Trade Practices Act and a legally enforceable franchising code. He was staunchly opposed to power monopolies and sought to oppose them at industrial and commercial levels. He established the Employee Entitlement Support Scheme from January 2000. This provided a safety net for employees who lost their jobs as a result of their employer's insolvency. While each of these achievements by themselves is extraordinary and should be highly commended, as a politician with a deep interest in constitutional law, his 2000 policy paper, Breaking the Gridlock, is of particular interest. This paper became the foundation of the industrial relations framework we still have today. It was a revolutionary idea to use the corporation's power to create a national industrial relations system, and it famously withstood a High Court challenge after its implementation in 2005. Peter Reith was a true champion of policy reform. If you go to the Parliamentary Library, there are 30 volumes of policy idea papers that Peter Reith himself wrote that are available to look at. That is an extraordinary record and something that I think no one in this building is likely to emulate, but it just shows the extraordinary nature of the man. I really got to know Peter during the Republic referendum campaign in 1999. Peter was a direct election Republican. Now, I know some people have accused him of being a closet monarchist and using this as a ruse, but I don't think it was true. We had lots of conversations about this. Peter, in his brief period in the wilderness, joined with Ted Mack and Cheryl Curnow to write a series of papers about direct democracy, things like citizens-initiated referenda. So his support of a directly elected president was completely consistent with that view, and in typical Peter Reith fashion, he put out a detailed policy paper explaining how an elected president might work. Still in an Australian policy context, I think it is the only really detailed work that's been done on that subject. I really enjoyed campaigning with Peter during the referendum period. I got to see him close up and how he operated. He loved a campaign, he wasn't afraid of a fight, and he made sure he had marshalled all the arguments and he knew the response to his opponent's argument. Later in 2013, we worked together as part of the Citizens Committee against the local government referendum, following a decision of the now Prime Minister and Attorney General to distribute campaign funding completely unevenly for that referendum campaign, giving effectively $34 million to the yes side and $500,000 to the no side. I remember us having meetings. There was Peter Reith, there was Nick Minchin, there was Tim Wilson and myself, with various people trying to work out how we could stretch that $500,000, and we realised it was not going to go very far. It was a shocking instance of the government trying to buy the Constitution, and something that should never, ever happen again. Peter and I spoke together at various events over the years, and he was very encouraging of me in a personal and professional capacity, and was particularly keen to encourage me to come here and work as a staffer to his little brother in politics, Tony Abbott. Tony followed him in the workplace relations policy area and took on some of Peter's excellent staff. He really had first-class staff over the years, and I was particularly privileged to work with Peter Anderson and Mary Jo Fisher, who were at the vanguard of reform. Tony also followed Peter into being Leader of the House, and while I was working with Tony, one of my jobs was to prepare him for Question Time. Tony Abbott's preparations for Question Time involved a range of people sitting around the table and firing questions at him so he would be ready for any eventuality. This was obviously not a practice that Peter engaged in, because once he opened the door to try and find Tony and saw this practice going on, and I remember him sitting in Question Time later with John Howard as Tony got up to answer his question and sort of signalling to John that he'd been into this room with all these people going around and the two of them having a good laugh about it all. I was sad when Peter's career was cut short in 2001. I believe he could easily have led the party into the future. When Peter left the Parliament, he then went on to the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and we kept in touch. I went to visit him when he was in that role, and in typical Peter Reith fashion, he was looking to reform that institution and had been stymied in the way that one gets in relation to international bureaucracies. He showed me his office, where he had this set of stone tablets behind him in a bookcase, and he said to me, "You'll see our library needs a bit of updating." We had lunch together. We talked about the state of the party and opposition and what we could do to get ourselves into government. I strongly encouraged Peter to run for the party presidency. I thought anyone who could stare down the unions in the way he had done would be able to stare down the factional operatives in some of our state divisions and clean up our party. I know I certainly wasn't the only person to have encouraged him to pursue these roles, and it's a great sadness to me that Peter never became party president. I think Peter would have done a very good job in steering the organisation. When Peter eventually came home from his appointment, I threw him a welcome home party in Sydney. Now, despite the fact New South Wales was not his home state and he was long out of politics, the event was attended by hundreds of people who admired the man who took the fight to Labor and wanted to hear from him. I remember at this same dinner, as some of the auctions and speeches went on, I said to Peter, I bet you don't miss any of this. And he said to me, Julian, I miss all of it. He really loved politics. He really loved being part of public life. He loved the public conversation. He loved people and he loved the Liberal Party. Peter was twice a referee for me in pre-selection, and I remember when I was thinking about standing for a particular seat and wasn't sure whether to do so or not, I rang him, and Peter was encouraging, as he always was, and he said, Julian, there's never a time not to stand for a pre-selection. And I think he told me the story of Lindsay Thompson, the former Victorian Premier, who'd stood for 13 pre-selections before he finally got there. Peter was endlessly encouraging. He regularly had me on the Beattie and Reith program on Sky to talk about the issues of the day. And I'm very grateful to him that in my time working at Australian Catholic University, after having a discussion about what I was doing, he had been involved in the arrangement of my appointment as director of the Mercy Healthcare Board. I know that will sound a very strange thing considering neither Peter nor I were Catholic. But Peter's best friend and the groomsman at his wedding was a fellow called Julian O'Connell, who was the chairman of Mercy Health, and at Peter's recommendation, Julian gave me the opportunity to help the board deal with some of the challenges they were facing, and I'm grateful for the opportunity and learned a lot about healthcare and aged care in the Catholic tradition. And that was Peter. He was just looking for opportunities to encourage people to pursue good works in public life. I'm sad that in the last few years Peter's health's meant that he didn't have the retirement he deserved. I haven't seen or spoken to him since he first had his stroke, but I heard lots from Julian about how he was going. Peter Reith is one of those rare Liberals whose popularity across the party was legend. At one of his birthday parties, he could have every Liberal leader from Malcolm Fraser on, and there's not too many Liberals who could have done that. He was, of course, particularly close to John Howard, and everyone admired him because he was a man of principle who could prepare to fight. I'm grateful to have known Peter as a mentor, as a wonderful Liberal, as a great warrior, and a person of such decency and encouragement. To Kerry and his family, may his memory be a blessing. He is a man much missed on our side of the House and much missed by everybody who's been keenly touched by him, and I feel his loss very much indeed. May his memory be a blessing.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. 1 in 5 Australian jobs is reliant on trade. In regional Australia, that number is 1 in 4. And for those people in the regions who rely on trade, Peter Reith was one of their heroes, because during the 1997-98 waterfront disputes, the work that he did, the contribution he made and the efforts he went to ensured that trade was enabled, trade was enhanced, and many of the barriers to trade were lifted. They needed to be. I know that Griffith, a vibrant city in I'll say the Riverina area, it's actually in the electorate of Farrer now, has been since 2016. More's the pity, it was in Riverina from Federation through to the redistribution. Almost 98% of product from Griffith goes through Melbourne ports. It's a staggering statistic for a New South Wales town, but Griffith is reliant on throughput at a port. So many jobs in the Murrumbidgee irrigation area, and in more recent years the Coleambally irrigation area, are reliant on that port functioning smoothly. But in the late 1990s it was not, and unions ruled the roost, and Peter Reith was assigned the job of making sure that the ports were back to functioning normally for those people reliant on trade. Now, Andrew Clark, the senior writer at the Australian Financial Review, wrote a very good article on the November 9, the day after Peter Reith sadly passed, and it was headed, "Peter Reith wrote the playbook on the brutal game of politics." Indeed, he did. And in the article, journalist Clark mentions that an anecdote during the 1993 federal election campaign. An onlooker in Broken Hill, Australia's toughest union town, he described, was astonished to see Peter Reith alone on a street corner extolling the virtues of Fightback. We all know that Fightback wasn't quite as successful as some might have liked, and it, of course, was the Liberal Party's free market policy agenda, amongst other things. And, quote, initially he was ignored, but eventually he was encircled by an increasingly angry crowd of burly miners and furious women denouncing his message, the onlooker recalled. An imposingly big and snarling sort of man, Reith was undeterred and returned the crowd's hostility in kind, which eventually saw them disperse in disgust. And at the time, Mr Reith was the Liberal Party's deputy leader, and over more than 17 years of involvement in federal politics, he was, in 6 terms, I might add, he was one of the Liberal Party's warriors. And I don't belong to the Liberal Party, I belong to the National Party, but I know the value that Peter Reith brought to not just our side of politics, but moreover to the Australian nation. And the unions were too militant, they just were. And his work enabled the unions to, the wharves to operate far more functionally. He was well educated, Brighton Grammar School and Monash University. He was well qualified in economics and law. He had practiced as a solicitor. He had been in local government, elected to that first level of government, and indeed he was a Shire president in his last year on the Shire of Phillip Island in 1981. And it is very sad that a man of such distinction, of such worth and of such merit should pass from Alzheimer's disease, because it is a crippling, insidious disease, and it must have been so sad for his wife, Kerry, his sons, Paul, Simon, David and Robert, to see this man of such great capacity diminish before their very eyes. But we are grateful for Peter Reith's involvement in the national discourse, the national debate. We are blessed to have had him to do the work that he did. And not only was he a fearless minister, but he was also a good local member, and he represented the electorate of Flinders. All he ever wanted to do was represent that electorate to the best of his ability, and he did that. That was his credo in his maiden speech, but he achieved that, and in spades. And he was called upon to do the tough work on the wharves, and tough work it was. And we remember him for that. We honour him for his service in the industrial relations space, in education, foreign affairs, defence, education, sport, and more than that besides. We heard the member for Berowra talk about the 30 volumes of policy documents of ideas that Mr Reith had, and he packed a lot into his 6 terms as a parliamentarian. We honour his memory, and we're thankful for his service to this great nation.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Are you speaking? No, okay, all right, sorry. You're just, okay. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I understand it is the wish of honourable members to signify at this stage their respect and sympathy by rising in their places, and they ask all present to do so. I thank the Federation Chamber.
I ask leave of the Federation Chamber to move that further proceedings be conducted in the House.
Is leave granted?
I move that further proceedings be conducted in the House.
Is there a seconder?
I second the motion.
The question is that further proceedings be conducted in the House. All of those opinions say aye. Aye. All those against? Carried. Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day 8, anniversary of the National Apology to Survivors and Victims of Institutional Child Sexual Abuse, resumption of debate.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The National Apology came as a result of the 5-year Royal Commission into institutional responses to child sexual abuse. This was something that was done by former Prime Minister Julia Gillard. And it's something that I still rate high, probably the pinnacle of my career, was being part of that and seeing that develop and grow to actually do something genuine that helped victims and survivors of child sexual abuse. It's up there with the NDIS as two of the great things that we've done in governments. And it's an absolute, I guess, a monument to Julia Gillard's integrity that she went and did that at a time when there were people in this place who thought it was wrong to do that, not to have a Royal Commission. They thought it was a witch hunt on certain religious organisations. But as the then Prime Minister said, this is about the victims. And so the Royal Commission was started, and it went through some of the most harrowing and terrible things that we can imagine. And as part of when we went through that process of putting it together, we as government MPs and opposition MPs went out into our communities and spoke about it. Now, it's something you hear of, it's something that you might occasionally come across, but I was absolutely blown away by how many people came forward at that time and gave their stories in my community. It was something that just sticks with you when you sit down and you hear the stories, just how appalling they were. But the things that really stuck in my craw was how the victims were never believed. It was always the systematic abuse that was happening. It was always the child victims who were the ones who were left to carry the burden and unfairly carry the pain for many, many decades. And I think about a couple of stories that just come to mind whenever I talk about this. Was a friend of mine who, when we spoke about this, we went to a meeting and we talked about why the government was putting together a Royal Commission and why it needed to be done. And he contacted me and said, I've never ever told my story, but after listening to what you're doing and what your government wants to do, I'm actually going to come out and talk about what happened to me. And I thought that was just so amazing that what we were doing was giving people the opportunity to have their say. And another story that I always remember was speaking to a bloke one day who, after an apology where I went outside to have a cigarette and he was there, had a chat. And this fellow had a pretty rough life, in and out of institutions, just, really done it tough. And I remember him sitting there holding a piece of paper about it, and he said, this is the most important document in my life, because finally someone believes me. All the years I've gone through and all the pain that I went through, and I was always the one that was never believed. But now finally it's been recognised. And I think that it certainly in the past 12 years rates to me as one of the high points in this place. There are many things that we do together, we do opposite, there are things that we do that have impact, but I think finally standing up and saying, yes, we do hear you, we do see you, we listen to you, and we believe you. And then we moved on to going after the perpetrators. And some of these things, as I said, were just harrowing. I can remember sitting with a lady in my office. They were talking about one particular parish where offences were being occurred. So what did they do? They moved that priest out and put another one in, who continued to abuse children in his pastoral care. And the chance that you'd have two in a row, you'd think, well, that's a real problem. But imagine the shock when we found out there was three priests in one parish. They just rotated them through. And the stories of what happened with those kids, I'm not going to repeat, because it just turns your stomach. How people could do that to children is just beyond me, absolutely beyond me. And so when the apology went through the Royal Commission, we went through all that, we had the reports done, and then a national apology was given. It was great that it happened. It should have happened a long time earlier. Hindsight's a wonderful thing, but it did happen. And I think it happened because members of parliament actually put down their armour and said, we've got to fix this, we've got to do something. It happened because we had a Prime Minister of courage, conviction, and probably, I would say, the only former Prime Minister in this country that I've worked with, that I stand there and have absolute respect for the way that she conducted herself in the parliament and after the parliament, and particularly around this issue, which was so important and so close to home. But it was an example of where we can get together and do good and address a situation that should never have happened. So when the apology was given, it was an absolute positive experience to be there and to see that happen. And to know that what we were doing was righting a wrong that happened to so many vulnerable kids who had no say in this. They were treated badly, they were treated appallingly, and for many, many years they had to carry a burden of guilt. And we know that there's over 600 non-government organisations from charities and community groups, churches and schools and universities that have signed up for the redress scheme, which was the establishment following the Royal Commission. Some 70,000 sites participating in the scheme, and to date the scheme has received over 20,000 applications and delivering close to 11,000 outcomes. That's great, but it's still not enough. You know, and the Victorian government, again to its credit, this is where you have good progressive governments that want to do the right thing. The Victorian government has announced a redress scheme for children abused in institutional care. These are the things that should matter as us, as a way that we want our nation to be, how we want our children to be treated, and the values that we carry inside us. Now, sadly, there are organisations who don't want to participate in the redress scheme, who are holding out, not admitting that they've done wrong, and certainly not accepting their responsibilities. And that is an actual tragedy that we should be continuing to work on and start forcing these people to accept their responsibility and right the wrongs that they played their part in. So it was Prime Minister Morrison at the time gave a speech that addressed the situation, and I think that at the time it was something that we all needed to do to get together, have this apology happen and start on that path to fixing that up. But one thing that has been very strong is that on our side of the chamber, it has been something that is close to all our hearts. We want to make sure that our children are looked after properly, and those that have been, I'll say tortured for want of a better word, but I don't know if that it is, because they've been tortured physically and mentally, that we should look after them and we should give them the help and the support that they deserve. So, to the victims that have gone through these harrowing experiences, you've got a government that's on your side, that will continue to fight for survivors and work to make sure that that culture that harboured these things ends and is destroyed. And that we want to see those who perpetrate these heinous crimes swiftly and quickly and harshly dealt with. We hear you and we believe you. And we are all sorry for what you have had to put up with.
I thank the member for his contribution. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to start by acknowledging all of the victims of institutional child sexual abuse and those that participated in the Royal Commission, because on top of the unbelievable trauma from the crimes committed against them that they endured, they were also very brave in being prepared to tell their stories and speak into that process and help populate an understanding of what occurred in institutions in this country specific to the abuse of children, sexual abuse of children. I'd also like to acknowledge current members of this parliament and previous ones that have spoken on this topic over the years and shared stories personal to them and to family members, because that indeed has also been very brave and on such a terrible topic to be addressing. I think the small solace we can take is that whilst the stories are terrible, at least they have seen the light of day, because by knowing the truth, we can acknowledge what occurred, address what occurred to the best of our ability here in the year 2022, most importantly ensure that what happened in the past, the wrongs of the past, don't happen in the present and into the future. The Royal Commission that led to the national apology really had three extremely disturbing elements from all of the various people that participated in sharing their stories. It commenced with a common thread of never being even listened to first, that it was an era where children felt that they couldn't raise these horrible experiences and crimes that had been perpetrated against them, that they would be wrong to raise with a trusted adult these experiences. Then, as the previous speaker mentioned, if they did feel the confidence and bravery to raise what had happened to them or was happening to them, that they wouldn't be believed. And then thirdly, the awful, awful circumstance that the first victim of some of these perpetrators, who might have and sometimes did speak up and try to report their experience, the crime against them, that these perpetrators went on to offend not only against these victims that sought to tell their story and couldn't, but to subsequent victims who never would have been victims if we lived in a society at that time that did listen to those victims and did take action. Now, I've got the greatest confidence you can have that though that circumstance doesn't exist now in the year 2022. Although clearly we can imagine there are still people in a circumstance where they are too frightened to talk about the abuse that they are enduring or have endured. And there's a lot more to be done, no question about that. And I, like everyone here, will look for every opportunity where there are suggestions for legislative reform and other actions that government can take at a Commonwealth level to improve. But on this terrible, awful, disgusting topic, there's nothing I can think of that matches the disgustingness of the sexual abuse of children. But it's important that we acknowledge and talk about the nasty chapters of our history as much as the chapters that we're proud of. And the Royal Commission that led to the national apology is a disgusting chapter in our history, but one we have to confront, be honest about, acknowledge, which of course the apology is that acknowledgement, and use it as an opportunity to make sure that no little child in the future has to go through the awful horrors that so many little children did in the past. We don't enjoy the confrontingness of the need to take action on this, but we all are joined in the absolute necessity of taking action. And once again, I pay tribute to so many brave people who, on top of everything they've endured as victims of sexual abuse in their childhood, have been part of telling those stories and leading to the point that we're at now, where today in the National Parliament we mark the anniversary of this apology, and in doing so all of us commit to our common purpose to make sure that we do everything into the future to ensure that the horrors of this chapter never occur again.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I was sitting in Parliament on the 22nd of October 2018 when the then Prime Minister delivered the national apology to the victims and survivors of institutional child sexual abuse. The apology, similar to the apology to the stolen generation, which was actually delivered on my first day at work in this building, was a recognition by the government of the day of the appalling treatment of some of this nation's most vulnerable people. That day, I remember looking up at the faces in the gallery of some of the people who'd lived and survived this abuse, people who'd endured and thrived, some, but too many damaged irreparably. And all those people there that day and every person who faced these abuses were in my thoughts as the apology was delivered in this Parliament. It was delivered with humility and honesty and with a hope for healing and a commitment to make sure this doesn't happen again, as stated by my previous speakers. The apology acknowledged the appalling abuse endured by vulnerable children by the very people who are supposed to care for them. This gross betrayal left immeasurable and lasting damage. And the apology, delivered in the People's House, was an admission that the victims and survivors were not at fault for this abuse. It was an apology for not providing protection from these abuses, an apology for not listening, not trusting their words and not believing them, an apology for allowing these perpetrators to be relocated and shielded rather than held to account for their vile actions, an apology for the lifelong impacts on their physical health, mental health, relationships and the ability to live a life of full potential. For way too many, they missed out on the ability to live a life of freedom rather than enduring incarceration. An apology also to their children, to their parents, to their siblings, to their families, to their friends, to their spouses, to their allies. We know these people were there with them and helped them carry the lifelong burdens inflicted on these people. The apology was also to those victims who are no longer with us, all too many of them, and to their family and friends who missed out on a life with them. Deputy Speaker, my wife used to work for No More, the Commonwealth Legal Service established in 2013 to help the victims of institutional child sexual abuse. And my wife's a very tough woman. I know the member for Hinkler is nodding. To put up with me, I'll take that interjection. Yes, she is a tough woman. She's been dealing with child protection and child abuse and domestic violence for 32 plus years. She's seen and dealt with horrors over the years that made me weep, and that was only after I heard her curated details secondhand. However, my wife told me in her time working for No More that the historical horrors she heard during her time as a solicitor were the worst things she had ever heard in all those decades of fighting to make kids safe. I heard the echo of her stories about her clients when I looked up at the faces in the gallery gathered here for that apology. It was an apology to all those who suffer in silence and are living with their abuse, without the knowledge or the recognition from others, including those closest to them. For the people who have not yet reached out to No More, the law firm or whatever law firm, and probably never ever will. Those who will bear their cross alone and silently. I've met those people in my office and I'm sure other MPs have. So I return to what I said earlier, Deputy Speaker. This was not your fault. There is no shame you need to feel for the actions of those grubs who were assigned to care and look after you. So the apology and the anniversary of the apology is an opportunity to draw attention to the lifelong effects these abuses cause and to offer an opportunity for help and for healing. One of the quotes from the Royal Commission into this abuse highlights the effects and the unacceptable conditions faced by victims and survivors. We were treated as slaves, beaten and abused, used for their perverse desires. No love or kindness, no safety or warmth, always hungry and always frightened. That sort of horror can cause the wiring of a child's brain to be set for life in ways that are not like many of the people in this parliament, many of the people in society. Always frightened. So if you found yourself in an orphanage or foster care or a First Nations child on a mission, the machinery of state was geared against you. If you're one of those children was able to escape this abuse, the local police would find you and bring you back, sometimes placing you right back into the arms of the very perpetrators you were running away from. If you tried to speak up, you would have copped more physical and emotional abuse and then were told to keep quiet. First Nations children were silenced by isolation and discrimination, cut off from country and culture. Children who could not speak up for themselves, kids with profound or severe impairment, were abused every day and they were being dressed and bathed. Silence was coerced by beatings, by forced labour, by threats of starvation, by the punishment of perpetual fear. Just imagine growing up with those life experiences. How would you have coped with that past, that affects and touches on your present and future? How could you sustain healthy relationships today, moving forward from that sort of abuse? How would you interact with government agencies and the police after having those lived experiences? How would you find a loved one after those experiences? If the price of peace is eternal vigilance, this institution of Parliament owes protection to all our children, and we must be eternally vigilant in ensuring that no generation ever endures such an horrific scourge again. We will remember. Now, 600 institutions did eventually sign up to the redress scheme. I'm not going to thank them for that, but I will note that. But I won't forget the grubby institutions and their shonky leaders and shonky lawyers who refused to sign up for the reparation scheme, or the ones who had to be dragged, kicking and screaming to the negotiating table, denying justice, denying process, denying everything and causing more misery along the way, adding the misery of today to the horrors endured yesterday. So to the children, whatever your age today, to the children who were done wrong, I salute you. Your voices were heard by your parliament and you have created change. I won't forget, we won't forget.
I call the member for Hinkler.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise to associate myself with the remarks of the member for Moreton and others. I wasn't scheduled to speak, and the member for Moreton's wife, I've got to say, is all class and does a very difficult job in difficult circumstances. And I was in the Parliament when the apology was made, and I do want to acknowledge the work of Minister Ruston, particularly dealing with those organisations that did not want to participate, and the contribution from the former member for Swan about himself and his sister, who was quite remarkable in his openness about what happened to them as a family. And quite simply that it is abhorrent and unacceptable, and to acknowledge the anniversary. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. All those against? Carry.
I move that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day or the next sitting.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion.
Clark.
Government business, order of the day number 9, 20th anniversary of the Bali bombings, condolence motion, resumption of debate.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Robinson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Kita semua keluarga. We are all family. At approximately 2300 hours on the 12th of October 2002, on the island of Bali, Indonesia, one of Australia's closest neighbours, Australia, Indonesia and the region, and indeed the world, would change forever. Families across Australia, including the Central Coast and Indonesia, impacted through this unprovoked act of violence, this act of terror. 3 explosive devices detonated: the Sari Club, Paddy's Bar and the Consulate of the United States of America. 202 orang meninggal, 88 orang dari Australia. 202 people lost their lives that night, 88 of whom were Australian. Ibu-ibu, papak-papak, nenek-nenek, kakek-kakek, anak-anak, dan teman-teman. Mothers, fathers, grandparents, daughters, sons and friends lost. Following the explosions, people from all walks of life, people from all over the world, instead of running away from the blast, the fire, they ran towards it without regard for their own personal safety. To extricate and care for the injured, true bravery, selfless acts of courage. My cousin, who was on holiday at the time in Bali, a retired police officer, assisted those affected by the blast and assisted local authorities identifying those who had died. Many friends who he travelled to the island with and would no longer return with them. So on behalf of the people of Robertson, I send my deepest condolences to all those who lost a loved one and who were affected by this horrendous act. We are all family, now, tomorrow and forever. Kita semua keluarga, sekarang, besok, dan untuk selama-lamanya. Terima kasih banyak. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I too rise to speak to acknowledge the 20th anniversary of the tragic Bali bombings terrorist attack in October 2002, and start by reflecting on the wonderful contributions of both the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition in the House when this motion was first moved. And of course that was very soon upon the anniversary, and at the end of that sitting week, as I recall, when we spoke on this, the end of that sitting week was then the formal services held around the country, and of course there's a particularly moving service held in Sydney at Coogee Beach every year. We in Adelaide have one at Unley Oval, home of the Sturt Football Club, and of course there were members of the Sturt Football Club on an end-of-season holiday in Bali who were victims of that attack, like many other sporting groups do, having a very innocent end-of-season experience that's all part of the great camaraderie of being in a sporting team. And we'll never forget in South Australia those victims, not just those that died, but those that, of course, were injured and have lifelong impacts on going through such a horrible experience. It's also so touching to remember the unbelievable effort and response of the Australian government, led by Prime Minister Howard, Australian agencies, the Embassy in Indonesia and the Consulate in Bali, the unbelievable work of those at the Darwin Hospital, and of course Dr. Fiona Wood, Professor Fiona Wood, one of the most high-profile clinicians who were on the front line of assisting so many of those victims, too many that came home in body bags, but also those that came direct back into Darwin and also into Perth, who were given such spectacular medical care. And I know the stories about Darwin Hospital and the unbelievable surge of those being evacuated out of Bali into Darwin, and the work of all of those who were working at the hospital on the time and at the time, and also obviously dramatically and very rapidly called in to be a part of the efforts there at the Darwin Hospital. We acknowledge how in tragedy and adversity in this country we're so proud of the fundamental elements of the Australian character, and that in particular includes how people always rush to help their fellow Australians in absolutely any and every way that they can. Our Defence Force personnel, of course, and Federal Police and other federal agencies who helped in the aftermath, but also in the very important work of undertaking and supporting Indonesian authorities in the investigation to make sure that those responsible were tracked down and that justice was served. 202 victims, 88 Australians, more than 200, of course, wounded, and those injuries are enduring for everyone because the experience of going through that is something that will be enduring for a lifetime. And then, of course, there are the families of those that died and those that had wound and experience through being there. And of course, we saw that in the faces of the families that attend every year the commemoration services that are held around Australia to mark the anniversary. That period of heightened terrorism that began with the attack on the World Trade Center in New York, and unfortunately led to a number of other attacks led by Islamic terrorist organisations like the one in Bali, of course in London, other European centres, and other attacks around the world, I hope is behind us, and I don't have any confidence or reason to say that with any authority other than to say that that experience is one that I hope our nation doesn't have to endure again. I was speaking last week at an event here for the Alana and Madeline Foundation, which was a foundation established by Mr Walter Mikac, whose two beautiful daughters were killed at the Port Arthur massacre in 1996. And having made those reflections last week at that event and a week later speaking about Bali reminded me of two of the most horrendous memories from my childhood and adolescence of massive tragedies that just absolutely shocked and gripped the nation. And if there's one thing we take out of it, it's the memory of how much we need to cherish those that we love, and also really have an enduring commitment to the values and the freedoms of this great nation that we live in. We do have people that don't like our way of life, that don't like our values and what we stand for, freedom and democracy, and treating everyone with equality of opportunity. So it's fitting, having made those remarks last week and this week, to conclude on that point, that whilst as a nation we have these tragedies befall us, if nothing else it reminds us of how enduring the Australian character is, how lucky we are to be Australians, and how vigilant we need to be to fight for our way of life in every opportunity into the future.
I thank the member for his contribution. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Speaker. It was 1 year and 1 day after the terrible tragedy at the World Trade Center in New York and other associated terrorist attacks in the United States of America. Those attacks changed the way we lived. Thereafter, no one could go to an airport without being totally and utterly screened, without having all of those checks take place. The loss of life on that day of infamy in 2001, 9/11, will live with those of us who remember it forever. And 12 October 2002 was another such day. And Australians, 88 in total, died in that attack, 202 people in total, a further 209 injured. I remember very well the heroic story, and there were many from that, but one of them for Australian football and sporting followers was that of Jason McCartney, who was injured at Bali on the 6th of June 2003, so not that long in the scheme of things after the devastation. He returned to the Australian Football League. He'd had a lot of hospital treatment. He had horrific injuries, but he returned to play for his beloved North Melbourne against Richmond. He was heavily bandaged. He wore a long-sleeve top and he had to wear protective gloves. He had the numbers 88 and 2002 embroidered into his jumper, 88 representing the number of Australians who died in the Bali bombing and 202 representing the total number of deaths. And those numbers were also held up by many in the crowd. Not before and probably not since has there been such a show of support for a player from two sparring AFL clubs. Supporters from both clubs rose as one, and I can remember watching it just on TV and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, because the bravery that Jason showed was quite remarkable, an inspiration not just to sports followers but indeed to us all. Now, he only had a modest number of possessions, 3 kicks, 1 mark, 1 goal. But the goal brought cheers from both sides. And right towards the end of the game, with just 2 minutes left on the clock, and Richmond in front, Jason collected a bouncing pass inside the forward 50 and he toe-poked the ball through to a teammate, Lee Harding, who finished by kicking a 6-pointer from close range to put the Kangaroos ahead for good. And North Melbourne ran out the winners by just 3 points. And in a nice way to end the day, end the night, he retired from AFL. He fought so hard to get himself back on track, to play that game, having gone through the Victorian Football League, to get himself match fit and ready for the AFL, the more demanding major competition, and then retired on the night. He wanted to do it not for himself, but in spirit, indeed, of all of those who passed away in the Bali bombing. And in the Riverina, I knew some of those who indeed lost their lives in that tragedy. 3 deaths had links to my local area. There was Clint Thompson from Leeton, just a young fellow, had so much of his life to give and to live. It was taken from him. There was David Mavrudis from Wagga Wagga. David's family, David himself, lived opposite me in the suburb of Tatton. They were 2 of 6 members of the Coogee Dolphins Football Club. And there was also Shane Walsh-Till, originally from Coolman. And I knew Shane well because I played cricket with him. Won't be any surprise to the member for Hinckley, he was far better than I was at cricket. No surprise there, he says. And Shane was a very good spin bowler. He was a very solid batsman. And he went through the grades and straight into the first for St Michael's, my club, the club I've been playing with since high school. And the club, still to this day, remembers Shane, as they should, and honours him. The Forbes community, it wasn't in the Riverina electorate in 2002 at the time of the bombings, but it is now and has been since 2016. The Forbes community held a moving commemorative service to pay tribute to Paul Cronin, Greg Sanderson and Brad Ridley. They also died in this awful terrorist attack. They were there as members of the Forbes Rugby Union Club, along with 22 of their teammates on their end-of-season trip. There were many sporting clubs, football and otherwise, who were in Bali. It's a destination of choice by many Australians, It's a place of adventure. It's a place of youth. It's a place of high spirit. And sadly, it's a place of tragedy. Those who are left behind continue to be strangled by the evil tentacles of terrorism. Having lost a loved one, you could not get over it, but indeed their spirit endures, and many of the families who lost loved ones have memorials in their honour. They always remember this day, and the 20th anniversary will be a sombre occasion, has been a sombre occasion for them, but they lived with the cost of terrorism each and every day. But they are bigger than letting it defeat them. And Australians are bigger than letting terrorism defeat them, as are all people of good conscience and of good faith who are not going to allow terrorism to dictate the way we live. We all want our freedom. We're a very lucky country. We look at some of the atrocities being committed in other nations still to this day, and we all should be thankful and grateful that it's not something that we have, but indeed the spirit of those Bali bombing victims is always with us, and the price of peace is eternal vigilance, and we will always fight against terrorism. We will always fight against evil, and we remember those we lost, we honour their memory, and we love and respect what they gave to their families.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Kingsford Smith.
Thanks, Speaker. On behalf of the people of Kingsford Smith, I join in offering condolences to the families and friends of those who lost loved ones in terrible Bali bombings that occurred 20 years ago. On the 12th of October, the anniversary of that horrific night in Bali, the Prime Minister joined members of our community at Dolphins Point in Coogee to pay tribute to and commemorate the lives of those that were lost in the Bali bombings. They say that time heals all wounds, and 20 years is certainly a long time, but time can never erase the memory of a loved one, particularly those that were taken before their time, as many were in those horrific acts of terrorism 20 years ago on the 12th of October. I can still remember that day quite vividly. I awoke on a Sunday morning and was heading down to Maroubra Beach to do a surf patrol, and I remember hearing on the radio that a bomb had gone off in the Surrey Club in Kuta in Bali, and I distinctly remember thinking, there are so many people from our community that are there at this time of the year. I hope that no one has been harmed. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. There were many members of our community that were killed and injured in that horrific act of terrorism, particularly the 6 members of the Coogee Dolphins Rugby League Football Club. I had friends that were killed. Kathy Salvatore is someone that I used to see on a regular basis. She worked at the gym at South Juniors that I used to visit on almost a daily basis. Peter Singer was my economics teacher in Year 11 and 12 at high school. He lost his beautiful son, Tom, a member of Coogee Surf Club, in that bombing that night. It wasn't, and there were many others from our community, the Buchans, the Airleys, and others that unfortunately lost their lives. The Bali bombing left a terrible legacy on our community as well. There were others that lost their lives in the wake of that. Some from the Coogee Dolphins that simply couldn't cope with the fact that They were there on that night, but they walked outside when the bomb went off and their friends were lost. And I want to pay particularly tribute to Paddy Byrne, who lost his battle with the demons that he faced in the wake of the Bali bombing some years later. I want to pay particular tribute to the families of those that lost loved ones. I can't begin to contemplate what you have been through and what you've suffered over the last 20 years. But your strength, your courage, your resilience is incredibly admirable. And the fact that you've been able to get on with your lives, and now we're seeing the grandchildren of those that were lost in Bali start to come through in our community. The 12th of October is a special day in our area. We have the commemoration at Dolphin Point every year, and it's always well attended by members of our community. We have a follow-up commemoration at Malabar Beach for members of the Malabar community that were lost on an annual basis. We won't forget those that passed away in that terrible act of violence and malice. The other point about the families of the victims is I think that their resilience and their strength and their courage demonstrates that evil will never win in these circumstances. That no matter what people do to us, and no matter what people have done to the victims' families, their courage and their resilience and their strength has won out. And they continued on with their lives in our beautiful community. So to those who perpetrated these evil acts, you haven't won, you haven't done anything. You've just proven to be really small-minded, weak people. And the strength of our community and the courage of our community and the love that we've shown for each other in helping get through these last 20 years is testament to the great honour that I have in representing the people of Kingsford Smith. And I pay tribute today in particular to the families of those who've lost loved ones, their friends, and the wider community that continues to remember and ensure that those that lost their lives at Bali will never be forgotten.
Question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Hinkler.
Well, thanks very much for the opportunity to make a brief contribution. Madam Deputy Speaker, we've heard from speakers tonight who have personal interactions. They have friends that they know were injured and killed. And after 20 years, there are scars that will never heal. And we all remember the images and the footage of those injured and the things that we can recall from that time. I clearly recall an Australian on TV telling first responders to forget about me, help someone else. And unbeknownst to him that he'd been fatally injured with burns which would eventually take his life. The fact that the Australian Federal Police responded in such a magnificent way in such terrible circumstances over a long period of time. The volunteers on the street, the individuals that helped out. And I think it is a great reflection on our country, the actions that our citizens took at such a terrible time in another country, and the ability for them to simply respond because it was the right thing to do. It was the right thing to do. And out of all of the footage and the images and the things that happened since that time, the strangest thing that sticks with me is actually a political cartoon. It was a cartoon where Australia was a Queenslander and Australia was looking into the backyard where there was some birds, there was a washing line and a clothesline, and Australia was saying, "Oh no, what about the kids?" And it was just such a powerful image, such a powerful image. But it's incredible that 20 years has gone past, and it's why we will fight terrorism in all its forms, in all its forms. So I thank our Defence Force, I thank our first responders. I say to all of those whose scars will never heal, you will never be forgotten, and those individuals, those Australians who were directly impacted will never be forgotten. And it's why we should always reflect and recollect in this place, even those tragedies that directly affect not us, but other Australians. It is one of the roles which we should take so seriously, and we do, and I acknowledge each and every one of them and what has happened in the past, and we must continue to work forever into the future to make sure that this is never repeated anywhere, no matter what we have to do. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
There being no further speakers, I understand that it is the wish of honourable members to signify at this stage their respect by rising in their places, and I ask all of those present to do so. I thank the Federation Chamber.
I ask leave of the Federation Chamber to move that further proceedings be conducted in the House.
Is the motion seconded?
Leave's granted.
Sorry, leave's granted.
I move that further proceedings be conducted in the House.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion.
The question is that further proceedings be conducted in the House. All of those of that opinion say aye. All those against, carried.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. Aye. All against? I think the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. on Thursday, the 1st of December 2022. Perfect timing. Is it quorum? Okay.